is up, everybody? How's it going? Welcome to the Cyber Monday stream. I'm Braithorn. I may have made a poor financial decision, but I'm alive. I lived through it, and here we are. You'll see what I mean in a minute. But welcome, Ashvid. What's up, Jord? Welcome in. Build a Burr. How you doing? And over in YouTube land, what's up, Steve? We're here. We're going to be see if we can help more people out. I sure hope we can. I'm going to try not to just direct absolutely everybody towards the Legionnaire 2025. It's hard, though. It's hard. It's so good. But, like, it's just not for everybody. And I need to not rage whenever that's the case. I mean that in a way, insofar as, like, Alienware's got deals. Sure. Walmart has PC deals. Okay. It's just you get what you pay for with those. 100%. And that's a lesson some people just need to learn. Like you know, I just, you know, it is what it is. And also not everybody is at that budget anyway. So it's not like everybody. It's just anyone who comes in who's like, I'm around $2,000, $2,500. I'm like, I have zero doubts about this PC. It's hard to not just like, why wouldn't I, right? Tick, what's up? Tick 15, how you doing? Bergie 5. I know you said you might stream today, but I did not think you were streaming at 7:30. 6:30 actually. Yeah. Yeah, just a little bit of extra time for you. Sometimes that everybody cup of tea. Yeah, it's true. All on for Christmas, 32 get a RAM. Well, Santa is he's got his hands tight on that one just as much as the rest of us. P-Doc, what's going on? Thank you for recommending the Legionnaire. I can't wait to get mine. Hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about. There it is. Someone made a good financial decision. I didn't. East Coast loves this early stream. Hell yeah. Look, I've been really enjoying what I've been doing with the Pokemon cards, where I help somebody out and then between helping people, I rip a pack. It's been a lot of fun, but I was getting low. Like, this is all I had left. I have 6 packs left. That's not gonna get, that's like maybe enough for the rest of this stream, but I'm streaming early. Mega Charizard EX Ultra Premium Collection. A lot of controversy around that little box right there. Anyone who knows, it's not purple, no. But nobody's perfect. A lot of controversy around that little box. And GameStop. But, hey, they have them in stock. But yeah, that's 16 more packs right there. Plus a lot of goodies, actually. So we'll take a look at that in a bit. I'm not into Pokemon, but I didn't mind the way you integrated it into the stream, though. There you go. Exiled Wolf, what's up? How you doing? West Coast, 4:30 over there. It's not even dinner time over there. I'm like the appetizer. That's a weird thing to say. The stream, the entertainment is. Not me. That's... I regret that. I regret that part. Oh, the stream right there. Not going to regret any of the rest of it, for sure. I'm going to remember that if someone's like, nah, I don't really want that, or I want this other thing that you don't recommend, I'm just cool with it. I'm not going to crash out over that. It's not my business. You know, people do what they want to do. Observer of Thoughts, how you doing? Welcome. And sometimes the heart wants what the heart wants, and that is a thing that I don't know, man. I don't know. It's always going to be a thing whenever I have a collab PC, but I pour a lot of myself into every collab PC that I do. How am I not going to be all about it? I feel like it's insincere to be dishonest about that. I'm all about it. Like, I feel like I want everyone in the swarm to get one of these, and they can't. So when someone can, and they're like, nah, Like, yeah, all right, but damn. You know what I mean, right? Like that makes sense. It's awesome. I'm still at work. Hey, well, there you go. FYI, SkyTech extended its Black Friday Cyber Monday deals to 12 us. Of course they did. Bergie, that's the thing about Black Friday Cyber Monday. I have to put Black Friday Cyber Monday on the thumbnails, on the titles, because that's what people are looking for right now. But these deals are going to go throughout the month. The Legionnaire does not end Cyber Monday. The only real cutoff date we have is the 7th to get it by Christmas, and that is really pushing it. Some people who order from the 5th to the 7th might not get it on Christmas, and TJ didn't tell me that. He said guaranteed Christmas delivery by Christmas, but I'm gonna say this for him. Like, that's really pushing it for a boutique builder. 100%. Angry Beaver, what's up? How's it going? And of course, I can confirm that a while ago we ran out of the grills, the fan grills. Unfortunately, that's not something that Alexander PC committed to making. That's something that Ameridan made for us, for the community, for the people who got them first. That was it. It's gone, dude. I feel that. Ah, man. I'm on this over here. I'm thinking like I have to prepare for. I start preparing for CES. I have to get emails out to solidify anything sponsored and make appointments for stuff that isn't sponsored. And like, I even might have a quick trip to Austin coming up to go to AMD. Maybe. That's a maybe. They're very busy right now. But that's up to the Splave team, actually, because it's with them. I'm giving stuff away right now. I'm saying stuff it's stuff. I shouldn't talk about things that aren't set in stone. But we will see. I will say, though, the SkyTech deals are pretty good. I like stacking discounts. The problem is I've been recommending custom systems from them, just like I did with that iBuyPower system. And honestly, if it's going to be a custom system, it's kind of like iBuyPower has a steeper discount at the high end, because 5% it means more money off at a higher dollar amount. I don't know. We'll see. We can hope. We can. Before a lot of people get here, I might just crack this thing open just to get everything out of it, just to show y'all what's in there. It's pretty cool, and I really like it's so basic to like Charizard as a Pokemon, but like I really do. I kind of always have, and I don't apologize for that. So I'm excited about this. And it's funny because honestly, Mega Charizard Y is the better Mega Evolution, but Mega Charizard X looks so sick. Like, it turns from orange to black, and he breathes blue fire. That's insane. It finally gets that dragon typing that we all always like. That before you know better, you assume Charizard would have a dragon type. Nope, it's flying and fire type. Fire flying type. Forget the order. It's one of those. Anyways. Oh, I also grabbed these. I'm probably going to get some of those. I'm probably going to get some custom sleeves made to like build a deck with, because that would be super sick. But I got these top loaders for if I get any really good hits or any of the promo cards that actually can be worth something. I think this one has like a $30 value promo card in it, which is crazy. There's just a card you're like guaranteed to get, and it's worth that much, which is just nuts. So, and I think that's raw. That's ungraded, which is good. It sort of validates the amount you spend on a box like that. But yeah, let me make sure I've got my top-down setup looking good. That looks pretty good. And that's the Ultra Premium Collection box in person right there. There it is. It feels a little silly getting this because, yeah, different keyboard. Yeah, that's a Syntec keyboard. It's a lot easier, Bill, to move around a 60% keyboard when I'm doing this, because I have to continuously move the keyboard back and forth, and it just gets a little tiresome when it's an actual full-size keyboard. Love the full-size keyboard. Love that Ducky keyboard, but it's just a little harder to move all that around. I wonder if I can go back to autofocus on this. What did I do? I pressed the wrong button. There we go. Oh, there it is. Okay. Why did you do that? You didn't need to look up there. You just need to look at me, camera. Just look at me. Let's open this thing up. Man, I'll tell you, you say what you want about the Pokemon Company. They know how to print a good spot gloss. They really do. Gary, what's going on? Before we get started, I'm just getting this part out of the way. Got a new box, so I wanted to just open that up and have these ready for whenever I'm going to be pulling some cards. God, that does look sick, though. So on TCG Player, people can resell their stuff. And the crazy thing is, you see people selling things like these for 30 bucks because they buy them. They remove the packs and then they sell everything else in there, which, I mean, to be fair, there's a lot of stuff in here, including, oh God, this card is so sick. Look at this. Mega Charizard X EX. It really does not want to focus on it. That is just absolutely insane. This is the card I was talking about. I'm actually going to immediately put this in a top loader. That would be all factors. I wish that, I hope the Pokemon Company is good about that kind of thing, because I've had the thought of doing something like that for a while. And I've seen different content creators do Pokemon themed PCs. But what I want to do is, what I want to have is a system integrator like Starforge do it. It's just the Pokemon Company and Game Freak and Nintendo are really, really picky. It goes directly from that plastic into this plastic. If I can get this to stay open, that'd be cool. I can't. Interesting. And there it is. That's just awesome, man. Probably good for play, too. I don't know. There's also this one, which is just the code. Let's put that aside. And then we have all kinds of goodies right here, including a metal coin. See, all the coins in the previous packs, in the ETBs, have been plastic. And this is a metal sort of rainbow finished Charizard, Mega Charizard X coin. Because in the game, there are coin flips. That's why that's a thing. Sleeves, of course, and a box to actually keep your deck, which this is stuff the other one just didn't have. Like the ETBs don't have that stuff. And then, of course, well, I'll get the packs last. Some dice that look pretty sick. So that, yeah, that should be 16 packs. That's, yep. 8 here, 8 here, 8 here, 16 packs. We were down to 6. Yeah, it is. Don't cut the card. You got it. Nice dragon. Thank you. So there's something I'm really excited about, guys. And I need to campaign for this. I might even know how I'm gonna do that. But any of you, who here watches Point Crow? Content creator, gaming content creator. This is the play mat, by the way, which I might just lay that down over this desk mat, which is a shame because the desk mat is super dope, but just for this, for now. Insane deals at Cyberpower today. It's too bad they suck. It is. There's like Bill80, welcome to the stream. There are insane deals everywhere right now, including at bad system integrators like Cyberpower. So if you like their deals, you look at iBuyPower or SkyTech and you're way better off. They actually have customer service at those other two companies. Cyberpower doesn't seem to care about that too much. I'd love for them to prove me wrong, but my community members who have bought from Cyberpower have other things to say about their customer service. So. And this is kind of like a desk mat, but smaller, and it's for playing the actual TCG. And I could just leave this down, I suppose, for whenever I'm going to rip packs, and that'd be cool. And now we have all... I was running out. I was running low. Now we have all of these. So, awesome. And this freaking beauty right here. Just absolutely gorgeous. Let's see what this thing has to say about it. That is an absolute incorrect scan. That is not the card. It's not getting the right card. It might be too new. It's showing like a it keeps showing trainer card, supporter cards. That's dumb. I'll start a section in here for this set. So I've been thinking about like, okay, if I'm going to do this, if I'm going to consistently do this as part of my streams, I should have a goal. And I thought about it. And I believe I have settled. I don't think it's going to fit in there with the top loader on there. It's not. Well, it'll stay like that for now, I guess. I thought about it, and I was thinking, because I've seen other channels do this, that do this consistently. Okay. It's just all on you. Okay. Thank you. I've seen other channels do this, but just collect the whole national Pokédex. So like one card for each Pokemon. There's over 1,000, by the way. That would be kind of cool, just to do over time. No rush, no nothing. That'd be kind of fun. And then at the end, I'd have a giant binder with every Pokemon in it. That'd be awesome. But yeah, Bilal, if you were looking at Cyberpower, I would suggest like fill out the form that's linked in the description. I'll find you a better deal from a better system integrator that can actually get, back up their warranty and give you good customer service. Okay. I wasn't trying to be dismissive, by the way. Cyberpower is just one of those triggering words for me. There's a bunch of community members that they have treated very poorly in my community. We have something called SI Testimonials. And SI Testimonials is a group of channels. That's the wrong button. Is a group of channels where there's a channel for every system integrator that people have requested to be added in because they've bought from them or whatever. And then community members can share their detailed experiences, whether it was just perfect and nothing went wrong, or if something did go wrong and they had to get things fixed and they did, and how that went. And I'm fairly certain it's just consistently bad with Cyberpower. There was one person who came in and it sounded like a marketing person in my Discord, like a marketing person from Cyberpower. It was so incongruent with all the rest of the reporting from Cyberpower. I was like, I'm not going to remove it or call it out, but like that just sounds like either a sponsored creator or something or whatever, or it sounds like a plant. I'm like, it's just been too consistent for too long that Cyberpower has been treating people very badly. And literally, we've watched this clip multiple times. Literally in the last Secret Shopper series from Linus Tech Tips, one of the episodes is where their person who doesn't know computers that they have making all the calls and everything calls in to get help to each of the system integrators they're going with, or OEMs, because they also had like Dell and stuff. And at pretty much every SI that had a phone, because Starforge does not have a phone number, every SI, they got plenty of help. They had to drag it out of Cyberpower, though. Cyberpower literally said, "Why are you calling us?" Like, because you're a place of business that is supposedly knowledgeable. I would like some of that knowledge, please. Yeah. Not a good look, but very much in keeping with that company. Remember that if you're like, hey, this is not an echo chamber for what I already liked and what I already thought. That's not fun for me. I'm gonna go somewhere else. Remember this. When you're buying a pre-built, 99% of those pre-built companies out there can just build a computer. That is step one. It's not the only step. After that, the other part that you're buying when you choose a company is the support that they are going to give you. And if that company has zero interest in offering good support, as it seems to be the case with Cyberpower, you should look elsewhere because you're only getting half of the product. Okay? Most of the time, what I have heard when people have had anything good to say about Cyberpower is them saying like, yeah, I bought Cyberpower before. I didn't have any problems. It was great. Well, that's not that helpful then. Because a lot of people will have problems. It's a computer running Windows. It runs electricity through it. Problems happen. Doesn't matter where you buy it from. How does a company handle that problem? That's what makes them a good company to buy from or a bad company to buy from. So, remember that as a pre-built buyer, that should be a major consideration when you're making your purchase. And if you are concerned with that, as you should be, you can go to, you can just listen to one dude yelling into a microphone, or you can go to the description, click on the link to the Discord for the community that we have built over time of a lot of people who are pre-built buyers who have shared their experiences, and look through any of the ones you've been interested in. If you've looked at CyberPower, you've probably looked at iBuyPower. Check and compare the two. It's interesting. It is very interesting how two companies with similar names can have such insanely dissimilar customer service priorities. Just, take care of yourself when you're buying stuff. It's not with something like a computer. There's a lot of people who won't buy a certain car brand because they hear it's a lot of work to keep it running and that getting service on it sucks. So people buy elsewhere from another company, and then they have a good old time, or they don't. So just remember that. You did go quiet on me. So I think after I was like, yes, CyberPower sucks. That wasn't what you wanted to hear. Sometimes we need to hear stuff that we don't want to hear. And I've had so many people be like, thank you for stopping me from making a bad decision on such and such company. Yep, you got it. That's my job. Daily Drabbit, what's up? Customer service, knowledge, and genuine care. Yeah. Just being professional. Not asking people, why are you calling us? Because I told you why. And then you said, why are you calling us? I just said the thing that you're asking. Anyway. So, aside from all that, I truly believe CyberPower doesn't watch my content unless I mention them in a video. And then we get some suspicious comments in there. It's pretty interesting. Really, you should go look for yourself. Any video where I've mentioned CyberPower. It's very interesting. I did one late last year, around this time, because I knew CyberPower would be like hyper aggressive with deals, but so is iBuyPower, so is Skytech. If you're looking at any high volume seller, like a high volume company like that sells a lot of PCs, they can be hyper aggressive like that. There's really aggressive deals at Dell for Alienware stuff too. But I don't think you should buy those because you can't just swap in a different motherboard. It won't work with that power supply. You can't just swap in a different power supply. It won't work with that motherboard, and so on and so forth. HP still can't figure out airflow, and they lock down their BIOS. The closest so far that I've seen is Lenovo Legion. They'll have a mesh front panel. They'll have ATX-ish standard stuff-ish. I haven't checked on their stuff in a while, so don't quote me on that. Just don't go with an OEM like Lenovo, HP, or Dell. Just don't do it. Just don't do it. I don't care what the price is. You're buying future problems. Like if you're like, oh, I want to buy something real expensive and future-proof, that is the opposite of future-proofing. When you buy proprietary stuff, the only thing you are doing for the future is creating more e-waste. Boop. How is capitalism day 2? Rurutu, it's fine so far. We just started a little bit ago. A few of the SIs when you call who are tier 2 will actually pick up the phone and talk to customers. Alexander PC's TJ, Stints built with Stints himself, and Oasis to name a few. Yeah, you'll see some companies that'll do that. Fairly certain, probably like Seattle built. You can get pretty personalized customer service from I think Power GPU. I I don't know how Paradox is with that. I haven't had anybody tell me about the calling experience with Paradox. But I mean, the smaller the company, the more personalized the customer service usually. And they're not gonna. There's a pro and a con to this. A small system integrator is you're not gonna call and then have someone pick up where it's clearly been outsourced outside the country for tech support. That's Dell. That's HP. That's those guys. So you don't have 24/7 customer support. But if it matters to you, the locale of the person you're talking to, that's something to consider. If it doesn't, sure. I've had good experiences with outsourced customer service, and I've had bad experiences with it. So to each their own on that. Well, well, well. What's up, Jeff? And there he is right there. There's Stints. See, that's the owner of Stints Built right there. Look, you got the little green heart thing. Just coming in and hanging out. You going to see that from Jimmy Dell or whatever his name is? No. He won't answer my calls. I'm kidding. No, I've been done with like Alienware since 2006 when they sold their souls to Dell. Michael Dell, probably. There's probably a Jimmy in the family. Back in my day, customers only talked to people from India, customer service. Okay. Back in your day? I mean, there's always been, not always, but I mean, ever since we outsourced a lot of labor like that, there's some companies that do it, some that don't. But Jeff, how has your Black Friday weekend been? Did I mention the Braithorn code? Oh, no, that's right. I didn't mention it because the code doesn't work for the package deal. That's right. My bad. I never saw the $13.99 system. I went up there to add it to the spreadsheet, and I didn't see it on the site. Always good vibes, sir. Love jumping in when we can. I appreciate you, man. I appreciate you. Man, you stream way too early, dude. You stream way too early. I was like, man, why can't I ever raid Stints? I just stream too late. I know. I stream way too late. I went and looked at your schedule. I was like, I ain't streaming that early. Where are all the food pics? I don't know. Route to Pinterest? Probably. What do you mean? It's been solid. Been a little slower than 23 or 24, but I know consumers are a little tighter on the budget this year. Sorry, I'm on remote from gymnastics, but was listening on headphones. Oh, nice. Okay. Here, let me turn up some tunes for your gymnastics vibe. There you go. Just turn ducking on and it'll just turn down when I talk. Oh, I thought you were doing gymnastics. I was like, that's dope, dude. Hell yeah, it's a great way to get in shape. I remember my daughter's competition gymnastics days. Took all my money. Yep, daughter's just finishing up. Was about to get 4 to 6 inches of snow. Good Lord. Ah, be careful. Man, I want to get that Legionnaire. So tempted. Great Majir. If it's right for you, go for it. Like the thing is, I never want someone to feel pressured into making a decision they might regret. Like, the whole point of my channel is to get you to make an informed purchasing decision, not a pressured one. And just know this is not the last collab. This is not the first nor the last collab PC that I'm going to do. And every one of them is going to have that level of obsession into every part I choose for the PC. Because that, ever since I started doing that last year with a collab PC, I have sort of required that I'm like, hey, look, of course, the company does get final approval. We both have to approve of it. But I do tend to say stuff like, okay, I have this motherboard in mind. That's what I know. I'm probably more motherboard obsessed than most. I have these minimum requirements for like storage, for like RAM, right? I would like, and if there's going to be options, I would like option for this, option for that, right? Like every one of them are going to have that level of involvement from me. It's not just going to be me slapping my name on something and then being like, all right, cool. Where's my affiliate cut or whatever. No, that's not what it's about. That's not worth it for you if it's just my name on something. But Braxton, what's going on tonight, bro? Not much. I got a big old thing of more Pokemon cards. We're waiting for someone to fill out the form. It looks like we've got a couple of entries for today. It says WeARP 22 and Luxtizer filled out the form too, interestingly enough, for an upgrade. Longtime lurker Luxtizer. I call them Lurkstizer, but because they lurk. That's what they do. Champs at that. But you know how it goes. In the middle, we're going to be doing some packs. So here's the interesting thing about this ultra premium thing. Oh, okay. Hold on. P-Doc says, I was looking at PCs around 1,500. When I came across your video about the BGNR, I knew it was only right to splurge a little bit. Get a well-crafted machine and hand-picked parts. Never look back and have regretted for a second. I am sorry that it was outside. P-Doc, I was thinking after we launched it, I was like, maybe we should have had like a 9600X and 5060 Ti option, 16 gig option, just to bring it down a couple $100. But the price of CPU wasn't really enough to justify it. And I don't know. It just, we were aiming, I don't know. It was sort of too many options. And we wanted people to sort of have a good base to go up from, you know? And I mean, you can get it with the default specs and like do a lot. You get that Core Ultra 265K, Core Ultra 7 265K, and maybe bump up the RAM. You've got a video editing rig right there with one of the top consumer desktop CPUs for Premiere Pro on the market without raising the price of the CPU a penny from that 9700X. Crazy. 20 cores versus 8 cores. Like, that's an insane jump. And the jump from, like, say, 32 gigs of RAM to 64 is way below market right now because it's a $200 jump in price, whereas that jump in price in this kit of RAM on PC Part Picker is like $380. So it's killing it. We're killing it. It's so good. But if you just go off with that 32 gigs of RAM, 9700, you're playing any game at 1440p with a 265K or with a 9700X. Any game at 1440p. Bump up to the 9700X, get more frames. Bump up to 5070 Ti, get yourself some 4K gaming there. You know, you're actually farther into 4K gaming with that. I've done 4K gaming with the 5070 Ti. It's very, very good, very capable. So it kind of does something for absolutely everybody. You want to do Blender? You want to get into Blender? Blender's free. You want to learn Blender? Get that 265K. Blender loves cores. That's, you know, you do Photoshop? You're a photographer. You like editing photos. You do that a lot in Adobe Photoshop. 9700X is the top consumer desktop CPU for Photoshop on the market, period. And that's the default CPU. So when I'm like, I want this to appeal to people who want to do more than just gaming, but it needs to be able to game like hell, like crazy. That's exactly what we did. And if you're like, I'm a photographer that does gaming, cool, 9700X. Hey, I want to get into video editing. Cool. 265K. Add some more RAM. Like, it's that easy. Oh, I want some extra storage space. At checkout, you can add more storage space. Adding storage is one of the easiest upgrades you can do. I suggest you do that particular upgrade yourself if possible. But then it wouldn't be under that lifetime warranty. What the hell? Lifetime freaking warranty. What the heck? Other collabs that I do aren't going to have that feature. Remember that. That is unique to Alexander PCs and one other company that doesn't actually back it up very well. Very happy you didn't. It's a great deal. I put all the parts in a PC part picker, and it would have been more expensive to build it myself. Yep. Lux, I did mention that earlier. Absolutely. Also, Weirp is Weirp. We are P22. I don't know what that is, but they also did that thing. But yeah, I'll mark you down, Lux. I'm probably gonna rip a pack just to get started here in a bit, and then we'll get into it. Spency GG, greetings right back at you. What's up? Now, Lux, I will ask you this. You might have already done so. Let me actually check before I ask. Okay, you did. Okay, look at you. Look at you. Already got your saved PC part picker list. You've been here for so long, I don't need to tell you nothing. Now, the much more first time catching a stream of yours. We had a good conversation at the Fractal booth at TwitchCon. Nice. Oh, okay, right. Very cool. Welcome to the stream. Shanala Cerberus, welcome. Welcome in. Z-Man-Scar, how you doing? Oh, it's Blanca and Amber with the liquid nitrogen overclocking. Right on. Okay. Yeah. All right, very cool. So it was a Fractal, like, it was like the tables with all the different steps. Because Fractal also had like a booth. So I was, yeah, we're pushing that 9600X to its absolute limit. What were we at? Like, I don't know, 6.4, 6.5 gigahertz, something like that. That was a lot of fun. Yeah, Splave is insane. He's really cool. He's really good at that. I did film some stuff for that, but it was really kind of cut short because we had to break everything down and all that. But I'll see if I can still make something out of that. Yeah, that's right. That was day one then. So it was like the Saturday. That was on Saturday, I believe. And that time we got it down to negative 129 degrees Celsius. That was so sick. I did get a lot of footage of that. I was going to say this real quick because I need chat to help me out here. So this box that I got, right? And Spency, don't get whiplash here. I very recently added between helping people out, I'm also opening Pokemon cards just to sort of mix things up a little bit. I just started doing that. Actually, it was kind of inspired by TwitchCon because I met the Pokemon company there and they gave me some cards and I was like, yo, I remember how fun this is. So, but this box, guys, I need y'all's help on something. That's not the right button. Hold on. There we go. It comes with different sets. It's not like the Mega Evolution box that just came with these. Each one of these little stacks represents a different set. Like a whole set of cards. So it has Mega Evolution packs, and we've opened a bunch of these. So I'm probably going to set these aside, but I need y'all to help me decide which of these, if we're going to focus on one, because there's only like 2 Surging Sparks. I heard these are just okay. Then we got Journey Together, Destined Rivals, Phantasmal Flames. What should I open tonight? I used to have really bad Pokemon card addiction. I had to put them down and just full stop. It was bad. I'm sorry. Wow, bad timing. My bad. I can do this later. Okay. Well, I will take your vote to heart there. Yeah, I was telling Chad when I first started, I made a poor financial decision because I was running out of the Mega Evolution packs from the ETBs that I got for that, and so I went and got the Charizard, Mega Charizard one from GameStop, and they were just like, "You want it?" I was like, "Yeah." Like, all other Pokemon stuff everywhere else is all sold out. I just need some packs, man. Just, open them on stream. He was like, all right, here you go. Yo, look at that. 3-stream streak for Shanala. But all alliteration aside, thank you, Shanala. Appreciate that. Focus on destined rivals and phantasmal, says Cheekless. Awesome. Okay. Yeah, I've heard good stuff about Phantasmal Flames, but I don't know, why am I on the? I change stuff, so yeah. Great, though. I need your help with a pre-built PC from Starforge. My 13-year-old is looking for a basic starter PC. Dridism, what I need you to do is fill out the form that is linked in the description. It just gives me some basic information so I can help you out. There is one person ahead of you that is here, is awaiting help. That's Luxtizer. And they said, take your time, you're good. But yeah, go ahead and fill out the form that is linked in the description just to get yourself in line here. We're about to get started. I'm just going to do a little... No, yeah, Bill, it is. Yeah. Just trust me when I say... In terms of like other boxes of things that you can get, like that are a little older, that's really not much. It really isn't. Okay, we're gonna start with one of these. Oh, there we go. Let me move this out of the way so we can get a cool like. Yeah, look at that. Now, is this thing going to still have trouble focusing on this? I have to go back to manual focus. That or this is too busy. How about I just turn it over? This should help it focus. It still looks blurry. All right, we're going back to manual focus. Or we didn't. Actually. Yeah, this actually is a little easier to look at, I think. Okay, so from the... What the heck? This thing has a crazy name. So, man, these guys are like naming things as if they were AMD or something. From the Mega Charizard X EX Ultra Premium Pack Box Collection. Ultra Premium Collection. We got some destined rivals here. Let's see what's up with this. Let's open it up. Make sure we're completely in focus here. That camera looks great. Okay. Do we put on sheet 1 below all the writing? Sorry, man. First time watching live. I appreciate the heck out of you. Sheet 1? What do you mean? It should just look like this. Hold on a second. Okay, the first link in the description should take you to the PC Matchmaker forum. not the spreadsheet that has the Black Friday deals. I think that's what you clicked on. The first link in the description where it says if you're looking for help, please fill out this form. Yeah. You click the link for the spreadsheet. Yeah, you need that's the wrong thing. Hold on. Yeah, you need this thing right here. Looks like this. There you go. That's the one you need. Okay, back to this. Let's get this knocked out real quick and get into it. Hey, I got 2 new 10 terabyte drives for my NAS, and the old 2 5 terabyte drives are going into my PC. Nice, Peter. You get a good deal on those? Oh, crap. What's the pack trick for this? Is it 3? Is it 1? I need my experienced Pokemon people to tell me. Destined Rivals pack trick. 1 card, 3 cards, 4 cards. What is it? Honestly, I don't need help with a parts list. I just want to show my rig off. Sure. All good. The form's there for you if you want to. I mean, or you can just... That's why we have the Discord, Spency. We got the rigs channel in the Discord. You can actually put... pictures and everything in there. Show off the whole setup. Okay, so we'll probably mess up this first one. I'll just do a single card. We'll probably mess up this first one. It's okay. Okay. Basic energy. Nose pass. This is what you want when you got that congestion. First cold front comes through. Everybody with allergies needs check with your doctor to see if nose pass is right for you. Team Rocket's Raticate. So Angie. Aracuda. Look at how happy. This is such a happy looking fish. Come on. Arvin's Mastiff. Okay. Misty's Starmie. I saw someone do something really cool with this on YouTube Shorts where they like got a bunch of these and like cut them a certain way. It was really cool. And like stacked them. It was really neat. Hippodon. Teal Mask Ogerpon. I love Ogerpon. Such a great legendary. Team Rocket's Houndour. And sorry. Team Rocket's Rattata. And it's a spider. No. I don't want it. Don't like spiders. I actually hate it when I have to complete a Pokedex by catching like the 3 different spider Pokemon in a particular game, and I'm like, I don't want them. I'm sure they're great. I don't want them. I don't like spiders. Never have. It's not their fault. It's on me, but I don't like them. Okay. I like that the Nose Pass one is of Nose Pass in a barren field, in a barren desert, smelling a single flower. What about Joltik? Just a little baby. Joltik gets a pass. Shanala. Joltik gets a pass. But this freak of nature does not. Why does it look like spiders already look evil? You don't have to give it evil eyes. Thornton, I'm going to go ahead and choose to not do that. Well, that went poorly. I don't even want to put that in my binder. I'm just like, if I want to do, I was talking about Shanala. I was thinking like, what's my goal? Like, if I'm going to be doing this for the foreseeable future at a slow pace, just, you know, might not even do a pack every time I help somebody. That's a lot of people. Okay. I help on just the streams. I help hundreds of people a year, right? That'd be hundreds of packs. I can't afford that. But if I'm going to do this for the foreseeable future, which is a hard sentence to say, harder than I anticipated, I need a goal, and I guess I should just complete the National Pokedex and just have a binder with all, what is it, 1,025 Pokemon. So if I want to do that, I guess Spidops gets a spot. And if it's going to have a spot, it might as well be a holo. Bone Shock, what's up? Okay, nothing special out of that. We'll put those aside and get to work. Oh, also, don't judge me, Shanala, but I got that GameStop box. This is a little too busy to open cards on, I'll be honest. It's a little too busy. But then you got to decide what your favorite art is of each Mon. Yeah, I basically, there are some binders, I think, where you have a little bit of space to put like more than one thing. I would need to be able to put more than one card in there. But I guess also, yeah, that. I mean, I'm not going to take something that's a really valuable card necessarily and just relegate it to a binder, you know, unless it's the only one I can find of that Pokemon. Thornton, I'm glad that you are giving a good home to those creatures. Someone needs to, and it won't be me. So I'm glad you're doing it. Also, I like reptiles. Reptiles are great. Amphibians are fine. Reptiles are great. Okay. Dridism, you did get yours in there. Lux, let's go ahead and get you taken care of. I'm going to take a look at this PC part picker list. And Lux says, I almost never play current AAA. I will play them when they hit the bargain bin later. Fair. Thornton, I don't know where it is you are, but I know in my city here, we're limited to a certain number of animals. That's crazy. A certain number of pets in a domicile. Otherwise, you have to register as a rescue or a something like that. So, this is Luxizer's current setup. This is your main PC, I imagine. Rocking a 9900K. On a Z370. Got the old Kraken X62. 32 gigs DDR4. 2666. Okay. A 1 terabyte 970 Evo. PCIe Gen 3. An SN750. 1 terabyte. So 2 terabytes total of storage. A 2070. Nice, nice. An H500. Oh, man. Lux, this thing is a hot box. How is your stuff breathing? AC Macho Man, what's up? Bro, I tried Oblivion Remastered. I just couldn't get into it, but I beat and loved Skyrim. Yeah, honestly, Oblivion Remastered, I couldn't get into either. I tried it for a stream. I had some fun, and I was like, I went past 2 hours, right? I can't get a refund on this. It just wasn't resonating with me, you know? It keeps my room nice and warm. How, Lux? It can't get any air out of it. You have to be able to get air into something to get air out of it. You know I'm not trying to judge. Actually, yeah. So what you have here is probably negative air pressure setup. So it is getting some air circulation. And that actually can benefit the GPU, except for the fact that you're getting a lot of your fresh air through this unfiltered mesh here on the PCIe slot covers. So your GPU probably could use a thorough cleaning on the fin stack. Just a heads up. But yeah, the H510 was an improvement on this. So, you know, I'm not saying this in a judgmental fashion. Like, you have some holes there. Like, cool. You know, it's got some intake. But if you're going to be, it's probably enough for what you're running, maybe, but you're going to be upgrading, right? You're going to be upgrading to probably more demanding, hotter running hardware. I think it might, one of the coolest upgrades you can do for a PC that you have had for years and years is a case swap. I think that might be time. I think you might like that, but also I think it might be absolutely necessary if you're going to upgrade your PC and have hotter running components. So what's the goal overall? And the max budget. I know you just said you don't play the latest AAA. Okay, sure. But like, what is your goal? Or what's not running well enough? Who's ready for the new Fallout season? Dredism, I have heard good things about Fallout. I have not watched it myself, actually. Surprisingly enough, I enjoyed the games. Usually, if we're watching anything, my partner and I, if she and I are watching anything, it's going to be YouTube videos or it's going to be anime, and we don't really watch any live action shows. Like I was a huge Star Wars fan. We started watching The Mandalorian and we sort of just stopped because we're not used to watching live action shows that much anymore. It's weird. I don't know. To be honest, it runs fine, but I'm a few generations behind, and at ultra wide, I don't always get the FPS I want to not give me a headache with extended playtime. Well, if you are wanting to stay with the kit of RAM that you have, although it's not that fast, like, you can get a legitimate upgrade by going with something like a 5060 Ti 16 gig over the 2070. Like, that's going to be a pretty big upgrade. And it's not going to use up the whole budget. I don't know what the whole budget is, but it's not going to use it up. My first PC comes tomorrow. Nick Rothwell, nice. Congrats. What PC did you get? You would like it. It's wild. I got to check it out. I mean, there's going to be something that'll grab my attention. I think the last live action series that I really watched was Game of Thrones, and that did not end well. It did not pay off. I recommend Our Flag Means Death and What We Do in Shadows. Actually, you know what? You reminded me, Shanala, we actually did watch some of What We Do in Shadows, in the Shadows. My girlfriend did get into that for a while, and so I watched that with her. I don't know if Our Flag Means Death, though. I don't know that show. Why not the 5070 or 5070 Ti? I was considering just getting a 750 5070 Ti, but I thought I'd get your opinion first. I can do 1,000. Okay. Well, the 650 watt power supply would need upgrading if you're going to go with the 5070 Ti. And for the is your ultra wide? Well, actually, I can look right here. It's 1440 vertical. Okay, so that's up there closer to 4K in terms of difficulty running it, or it's somewhere in between 1440p and 4K, obviously. But it's high. It's a high number. It's a high pixel count. By the way, shout out for the Creative Labs Sound Blaster card. Sick. So yeah, you probably need to upgrade your power supply if you're going to go that much higher on the. And yeah, honestly, I would recommend a case that's going to have bottom intake to help cool that GPU. As for the CPU, you might be able to rock the 9900K for a little bit longer if you're gaming on ultra wide. You're not playing Call of Duty, right? So like you're at a resolution where you wouldn't really benefit that. You'd benefit some from a CPU upgrade that would mean, but that would mean motherboard and RAM. And the motherboard, not a huge problem, but that RAM, like you're going to be downgrading in your GPU a full step in order to get all that. I don't play COD style games. Same. All right, so you are near a micro center. I could look at your local micro center and see what's there. Sharonville. Okay. Let's see if we can min-max that $1,000 as much as humanly possible. Maybe with a bundle, it's just you know what RAM is like right now. Considering an upgrade to hold me out a little while, but I could also just get a small GPU upgrade and get your collab PC next year. If the prices on this upgrade don't make sense right now. Check your DMs real quick. I have an answer for that for you. But let me just take a look and see what things are looking like. Because one of the cool things about being near a micro center is that they have the 7600X 3D, which is a really good value for a gaming CPU of the highest caliber. You don't need that, but it's really good, and only Micro Center carries it. Yeah, just check your Twitch DMs real quick. So it looks like they have for $329 a 7600X 3D and a motherboard. Now you can also just go with like a 7600X and a motherboard with a B650E. You could do that, and that is $110 cheaper. Cheaper motherboard, cheaper CPU. But yeah, you want the motherboard that comes with the 7600X 3D, you can spend an extra $30. The show I'm watching now, it's the Clone Wars animated series. Oh, that one's great, actually. I never watched it when it came out, so I got the Blu-ray season. It's really good. It's like it's better than it has any right to be. So yeah, just hear me out on this. Like the 7600X is very solid for gaming. If you're trying to upgrade on a budget, okay? 219 is very good. So we do that. And you said either 5070 or 5070 Ti, right? Well, let me check something real quick. So the 5070 is recommended. Like the minimum you would want for your power supply is 650, meaning you could rock that 650 a little bit longer, and then get that later. Power supplies are not affected by any of the AI stuff, any of the AI nonsense. So you're okay there right now. So basically this, well, let's see what's left after a 5070. I know it says 50. Here, there we go. And we go price lowest. Here we go. Lowest price on a 5070 is $479.99. I don't even know if this triple fan card will fit in that case, but we'll get to that. You could get a case. At this point, you can just look at any case you want while you're there. It almost doesn't matter which one it is. It is going to trounce the H500 in terms of airflow and modern features. If you want that 0 RGB thing and you're interested in watching your temps and stuff, you can get the 207 digital. There are going to be some cases where you can, of course, get that bottom intake for airflow. But the thing is this, if you're already going to be potentially upgrading CPU and motherboard and everything, like, you might as well do a case migration anyway. You're going to take most of that thing apart as it is. So here's I'm going to give you two options, two lists. I didn't realize this box was that hot. Lux, it's like I said, it's because modern components, like more recent components, not that the 9900K ran cool, like, at all. But what it does, of course, is it'll get to higher temperatures and then, like, thermal throttle. That's basically what it's probably been doing. But if you're mostly just gaming, your CPU isn't doing all that much work. So, especially with that ultra wide that you got. Regardless, if you're putting in newer components, they just draw more power and run hotter. That's just what they do. So it's just something that I would recommend, especially if you're already maybe going to do a CPU and motherboard, because that's basically like taking the PC apart as it is. If you don't want something much bigger, you can go with something like the Montec XR with side intake and rear exhaust fans for $70. There you go. If you can fit a larger tower on your desk, you know how I feel about the King 95 Pro. But it might have a little more RGB than you're bargaining for here, considering that you have the sort of minimal RGB setup with that H500. Am I right? So if you want to stick with NZXT, you could get the H5 Flow 2024. But yeah, you have multiple. There's just the case market has exploded since you built that PC before. But what if OpenAI buys up all the Japanese capacitors? There are more companies making power supplies than there are companies making RAM ICs. There are 3 companies that make RAM chips. Okay, Samsung, SK Hynix, and Micron. That's it. There's a lot more companies making power supplies. Don't even speculate on that. We don't want to put that out there in the world. Chris, what's going on? Doing good. How are you? Yeah, it's basically just RGB on my 2700 and nothing, 2070 and nothing else. Well, this could change that. I like the Landcool 216. This is such a good case, but it's 120 bucks. What I'm going to do is this. I'm going to put you in with the Montec XR. Okay. And with the Montec XR, you're coming in at 70 bucks, but I want you, when you go to Micro Center, also the Landcool 207 is really nice. And it's only it's like $12 more, $13 more. When you go to Micro Center, you know how it is. They have all the cases all lined up, all pretty. One might just really catch your eye because it's a bit of work to undo everything, to take your whole PC apart, put it, like if you're going to be putting it in another case, it should be something that's going to be a big improvement in both aesthetics and performance. But right now, I'm going to put the Montec XR in there, and then we pick a power supply. Well, no, this is actually, if you go with the 5070, you might not need to swap out your power supply, but look at this. We're looking at $769.97. You could actually go for the 5070 Ti, but then you need the new power supply, and then you got that problem. Now, oh, there's also the thing I DM'd you about, so there's that to consider. So if we look at it like this, you're looking at about $850 or so with your current power supply. But I would say that if you want to keep your same CPU and motherboard, then you could just also get a 5070 Ti and a PSU. So let me do this. I'm going to add a PSU in here. That's going to be like an 850 watt, a nice upgrade. Okay. And that is optional. This list is just a potential shopping list. Like you could also just say, what's the cheapest 5070 Ti y'all got here? And it might be that $730 one. Okay. And if that's the case, then you can look at like, just getting the power supply and the case and the GPU. Power supply, case, and GPU. What is going on here? What are you doing? What? I reloaded the page. I was trying to build a PC. Way to go, Micro Center. Good job with the whole website thing. Well done. Everybody loves it. That's fantastic. Erica Faye, too. That's awesome. Oh, man. We're just like, let's see. Lux, I'm going to help you spend some money at Micro Center. And Micro Center is like, no. We don't want your money. That's crazy. That's all right. I mean, damn, PC part picker it is, I guess. Erica, this might be my fault. I'm sorry. I think it's just too much traffic. The action you just performed triggered the security solution. There are several actions that could trigger this block, including submitting certain word or phrase, a SQL command, that's an SQL command, by the way, or malformed data. Who are you calling malformed, huh? What's that supposed to mean? I just refreshed the page because it was stuck. What can I do to resolve this? You can email the site owner. Oh, I would love to. I've got so much to say to the web dev that runs microcenter.com. I would love to email them. But I don't care. If you don't want me recommending people go get stuff from you, I'll stop. You got it. It's just because there's too much traffic for Cyber Monday. Okay, that's all it is. Let's not blow it out of proportion. He said after blowing it out of proportion for about 45 seconds to a minute. I'm sorry, Erica. I don't know what I did, but apparently it was malformed. Maybe finally started reading them comments you put in for why you were closing a builder today. Yeah. Okay. Well, let's just work on the old list here. Edit part list. I mean, the downside is that I can't show you that that bundle, CPU and motherboard, and nobody else carries a 7600X 3D. Only Micro Center. These things happen. They want us to save money. Good guy, Micro Center, right? Good guy, Micro Center. That is an amazing emote, by the way. Erica, amazing. Holy crap, $1,000 for 9900K. What year is this? Oh, that's true. I didn't even notice that. Amazon, what are y'all doing? It's crazy. What's up, Peckish? Be Quiet has amazing minimalist aesthetic. What's up, Gotham Guy? They have some nice cases for sure. Adam, enjoy the 2K the 2X lurk rather. Erica, I'm curious. Have you caught any? I don't know how you feel about this. I have noticed, like, there are times I bring stuff up and you're like interested in the other things that I'm doing. So, like, when I talk about speedrunning, whatever. But I've been opening Pokemon card packs between helping viewers, between helping people. And it's pretty fun, by the way. I don't know if you've been lurking and hearing about that. Okay, just checking. I don't know why. It's like it's not a new concept, but it just feels refreshing for me to do something different on my streams. I like it. The dopamine is too good. Yeah. Yeah. It's pretty great. I'm gonna have to like for one thing, the fact that I'm limiting it to doing that to only doing it on stream and at a measured pace, I think is helping me because that's 3 times a week. That's it. Now, this is what they already have that they've already had. Okay. So let's go to, let's change this up. So, okay. If we leave everything as is and just get you a power supply, a GPU, and maybe a case. Maybe you'll let me do that for you. Let's see what we got. So if we could go 5070 Ti if we do that. It is a little more than if you're getting it at Micro Center because Micro Center has those sort of rebated like $730, $720 5070 Ti's. Instead, there's this $750 across the board. They're all in stock. It's a great time to buy a GPU right now. I mean, heck, you could actually get a white 5070 Ti for just the white tax is only $50 more, or $60 if you want the gigabyte one, which is crazy, by the way. But yeah, let's do the Asus Prime right here. There you go. Yeah, I know. I know. Let's swap out your power supply for you know what? Right here, the Montech Century 2 850 watt. Old parts tend to be overpriced for what they are as they're no longer made. 5050 is $250 and more powerful than 2070. It's true. Yeah, but Amazon's selling those things for those prices. I hope nobody's buying those. I mean, someone might to replace a part that they want to replace without having to upgrade everything. But then at that point, that's a whole PC price right there. Plus, yeah, taking a little sidestep and just doing things for yourself keeps things tempered, not always business. Got to get some pleasure. Yeah, and absolutely. And it just breaks up the tedium for those watching. And there's some, there's probably going to be a few people who are like, I'm not interested in this. And then maybe you find you are, But look at this. $82.90 for an 850 watt, 80 plus gold, ATX 3.1, highly rated power supply. And let me show you here. We'll take a look real quick. Yep. Century 2 gold ATX 3.1. The 850 watt is an A minus. For that price is crazy. It's crazy. That is so good. And the 1050 watt is not much higher, but you don't need that. You don't need that. Yeah, it's $99 for the 1050 watt. That's crazy, man. Like, and that's A rated, not A minus. I've recommended at least 120 times. Yeah. Every time I can recommend it, I do. Yeah, I think whatever card goes in this machine is the last upgrade it's going to see. Okay. All right. Okay. Well, if that's the case, then you don't need anything higher than an 850 watt. If you're not going to be going with, like, I don't know, a 7080 a couple generations from now, right? And I'm guessing that you're probably not going to be upgrading your case because, well, what you can do is you can just pop the power supply and the GPU in there. I can't actually tell you how much it's going to cost. Well, I guess I can. $82 plus $762. How did that go up? It was $750. $12 shipping. What are you talking about? There's $750 options with free shipping. Newegg, what are you doing? Y'all crazy. Y'all crazy. See, it changed it here. It was $750 before. What are they talking about? Let's go PNY. PNY builds a great card. Okay. $750 plus 82. So $830. $832.90. So there you go. You can fit a case in that budget, but you don't have to. Especially from Amazon to Newegg for some reason. Yeah, people are buying up stuff right now. Like, that's not discounted, though. That's just normal price. But whatever, you know. That's one thing I get that question sometimes where people are like, hey, is Black Friday going to be a good time to buy a GPU? It's like, only if it's that whole month and the month before it is a good time to buy a GPU, because GPUs are in such demand in general that you don't get Black Friday deals on GPUs. You just don't. But anyways, if you're interested potentially in upgrading your case, I know you said this is probably the last upgrade it's going to get. But something like the Landcool 207, this is a great case. It's about the same size, but it has way better airflow. Is there anything I can do to cool down this case without a new case? Well, what fans does it have in it? What fans do you have in it right now? Let's look at the side here. You basically probably have your radiator here. So 240 millimeter radiator at the front. So two 120 millimeter fans up front and two 120 millimeter fans on the top and at the back. You don't really have much in the way of options to add here. Even down here, even though this is perforated, where would it be getting fresh air from? Dremel and some cutting discs, says Invader Skiff. Those are called speed holes, by the way. The Mini V2 is my favorite case these days, and the Flow variant is insane value. Highly recommended. You're talking about the Lee 011 Mini V2? I would not risk the hot box, honestly, Lux, but it's your choice. I see the hydrate, and no, I'm not going to reach for my Whataburger drink here. I will drink some water. Okay, yeah, see, Peckish, I knew what you were talking about. Other people might not have. But yeah, no, it's a nice case. It is. I wouldn't recommend it for streaming because if you want to put a full-size ATX motherboard in there and you have the bottom fans, you can't really put a card in the very bottommost PCIe slot. And that's something I think people should know depending on their use case. So you got to remember that if you're going to be recommending it to anybody who's interested in streaming. If they're going to need to put a high-end capture card in there for nice cameras or for a console or whatever, they should know that. Most motherboards have a PCIe slot, and their better one, the X4 slot with 4 lanes of PCIe, usually at the very bottom. Yeah, so there's not a lot you could do. There's a case fan and AIO. I don't think there's a fan at the top, actually. It looks like one wouldn't fit, honestly. Well, this is an H500, so I don't know. Honestly, look, if you could modify it to where you can just like mount your radiator up here with the fans up here, maybe. But I don't know if you have the horizontal space because your motherboard's really high to the top here. Also, the problem with these is I believe the front panel is not removable like at all. It is, I believe, riveted in place. There was the H710 where the front panel was removable, and there were like front panels you can get off of Etsy and pop on there that had airflow. It was really cool. But the H510 didn't have that, and I imagine by extension the H500 does not have that. There's a big chunk of something on the motherboard right at that spot. Correct, that front panel isn't going anywhere. Right. I mean, if it were Linus, he would just get a hole saw and just drill a couple speed holes in there. Or Chaos? Yep, we're pretty late in that combo for sure. Yeah, the whole hotbox discussion and me recommending good high airflow cases. Look, I'm gonna be real with you. A new case is actually one of the cheapest ways to improve the performance of your PC. 100%. Particularly in a situation like yours, where you definitely, there's a definite aesthetic, a strong aesthetic to it, and that's cool. But like, it's a hot box. I have a drill. You could do that. Yep, 6 years ago. That was a great case and yada yada. Yeah, of course. It's 6 years ago. Parts, there were hot running parts, but like it's not like it is now where you'll have certain CPUs that are designed to go up to max temp and then figure things out from there. This is the one that has only one fan included, I think. But yeah, you got so many good options from like Fantex, Lee. If you like the Corsair look, the Frame 4000D is pretty nice, actually. Fractal Design, Pop Air. If you want NZXT, they eventually figured it out. They figured it out. Like that air is needed for cooling things with air, right? So like the H5 Flow, the latest version of that. There you go. Air 903, not bad at all. H7 Flow, bigger, but very solid on the cooling. H6 Flow is nice, Exiled Wolf, but I was thinking of something not much wider, because I might have mentioned it earlier, Lux, but I don't think you mentioned if you could fit a wider case on your desk or not. But I didn't already say hi. What's up, Barutu? Did I? I might have. Back in my day, PCs only came in beige with no airflow. That's true. Should I be worried if one of my fans went out on my 3-pack fan, by the way? I figure things won't blow up with 5 other fans in there. On your 3-pack, is it like the triple fan in one frame, Erica? Or is it a single fan that went out? Because that should be easy to replace. Okay. That's the downside to those? Yes. You may want to replace the whole unit. But just take a look at the temps, see how it's performing. I just worry that if one went out, you might be seeing other ones going out as well. I'm not sure. I actually have 2 monitors and 2 computers on this desk. So yeah, not a dual chamber case. That's fine. Frame 4000D at just over $100 would be nice. You would need more fans though. I was mentioning the Montec XR. It's not a huge upgrade in terms of, well, okay, anything is a huge upgrade in terms of airflow, okay? But like I was told not to recommend this by Alucard, and I do trust Alucard. So like, yeah. There you go. There's your upgrade, the H510. It's like 10 more. Might look into it later. Okay. Let me know how that turns out. We need a 9000D in the bag. Alucard the GOAT. He really is. Really is. And he's not even here to hear me say nice things about him. Y'all tell, if he comes here later, you can tell him that I was saying nice things about him. Sounds like you're saying airflow is my biggest barrier to upgrade. Yeah. You're just upgrading the GPU mostly. So it's not like the GPU. The benefit of GPU is that it comes with its own cooling solution, and it can brute force not amazing airflow. It can brute force cooling because it has a giant fin stack. It has this one, the one we chose, has 3 fans, you know, but yeah, in a case like the H500, one of the best things you can do for it is to have it not be in the case that is the H500. I actually really like the Fractal Design Pop Air at this price point, $71.99. This is a great case, I think, for you. It's not huge. You have a little drawer here, but you can actually put, and I feel like you would like this. You could put a 5 1/4 optical drive there. But this thing at $72 with fans, again, B&H coming in, being goated for, being low key goated for PC parts. I would add this to the list. I think that's a great case for you. The AIO radiator just goes in the top. You've already got that. It goes in the top. Just do that. You don't even need to disconnect it from the motherboard. But at this point, you should repaste that AIO. Like, you should remove any old thermal paste and repaste your CPU and AIO. So there you go. Power supply. The power supply, seriously, is an insane deal. Insane. A nearly perfect rated power supply, 850 watts for $82. You cannot say no to that. You can, but it would break my little heart. $750, so MSRP for a PNY factory overclocked 5070 Ti. You're good to go. I think these are the ones we're actually putting in the Bijan Air. Like, PNY is cracked at making GPUs. They make really good GPUs. There is that XL version 2, but I am trying to keep them in a smaller case because we don't want to disturb the ecosystem too much that Lux has there with having already 2 PCs on the desk. No idea, Peckish. But yeah, I'm going to save this list and I'll send it to you. It's just these 3 parts. With the monitor you have and the fact that you don't play AAA, or you don't play Call of Duty style games, you're fine with the 9900K for now. But you are going to be pushing it to its limits, but it'll game. It'll be fine. And what you can do with this GPU, like, When you're ready to retire the system, you could absolutely move this power supply, and you basically just upgrade this system the rest of the way. The RAM, maybe go with like Gen 5 storage, new motherboard, new CPU, and you have a new PC. That 5070 Ti is going to go for a long time at high frame rates. So I'm going to save this list and send it to you. No problem. Well, there is dealing toast. I was calling out for you for a long time there the other day. I feel like I scared you away. I was asking you to do a bunch of stuff. All right, Lux. I hope that helped. It's probably kind of what you were thinking anyway. Like, look, you don't have to do the case thing. You don't have to. You can run it the way it is. See what the temps are like. See how your stuff performs. If your GPU's consistently getting up to 80 degrees, or hey, if you find out it doesn't fit, because I didn't look at that actually now that I think about it. Anything like that. What did I do? Okay. You know, then you can consider the new case, I guess. It's not a bottleneck, really. Peckish, do you know what resolution they're gaming at and what types of game they're what kind of games they're playing? Are you just assuming they're gaming at 1080p like most charts would tell you? Okay. Because they're playing on an ultra wide vertical 1440p, so its vertical resolution is like a 1440p monitor, but add a whole lot more pixels to render because it's ultra wide. And they're not playing Call of Duty. So, yeah. That's why I said it's probably fine. Anton, what's up? 37 viewers, only 17 likes. Oh my gosh. Y'all, if you like what I'm doing, if you like hanging out, if you like computers, like the stream. Which case do you prefer? C5 or Montech King 95 Pro? King 95 Pro for the aesthetics, and it still has great performance. The Newegg page claims GPU max length 381 before the front-mounted AIO. Oh yeah, forgot the front-mounted AIO. Well, I guess I better check that, because otherwise you might end up buying a new case. Length is 300 millimeters. There you go. Well, if I get back to the day with some knowledge on what computer I currently have and what I think I need, should I create a new listing for the Matchmaker? I also created something on Part Picker. No, well, Dealing Toast, what you need to do, I did send you a DM the other day. Just DM me the new list. DM me back with that. But yeah, Jeremiah, first off, hi, hello, greetings, welcome. Secondly, yeah, Antec makes great cases, but I think the King 95 Pro is just a gorgeous case, and performance is there. So King 95 prices were insane here in Australia for a while. Was easily the best deal. Okay, I was reading that as if it was bad, but yeah, Minesweeper's gonna be lit. Don't turn on. Watch out. Turn on RTX, and it's gonna. You can get that real-time ray tracing and ray reconstruction on those mines. What's up, Jeff? How's it going? Sorry to immediately take the rage bait there. Also, not now either. My bad. Sorry. Hi. Good night. Really? You just came in and said, hey, what case do I buy? Okay, buy. Really? Okay, cool. If you need help with a PC, I can help you with that. Like, that's what the stream is for. I need to verify, though, that... so, Dridism, are you still with us here? Are you still here? I don't think a 360 millimeter AIO fits in a Pop Air. It's a good thing they don't have one. They have a 240. They don't have a 360 millimeter AIO. It doesn't fit in an H500 either. So, yeah. Which is what they have right now. Which is why I recommended a new case, by the way. Because good Lord. Now, I want to be clear. It doesn't bother me when y'all say something like, hey, this might not work. Because it gives me the opportunity to show I did think of that. Don't let that make you feel bad, because I do this for a living. Like, this is what I do. And I still make mistakes. So I do need to hear that stuff sometimes. Okay, Dridism, you are here. That means you are going to be next. Want to upgrade my case so I can get a bigger GPU? That's why I asked. Do you have a really small case right now? Is that what it is? Are you in like a small form factor or what? I'll just pull out the glass panel and put a box fan on the desk. Oh, Lord. It would be an improvement, I'll be honest. That is going to be about the width of a... it's going to be wider than a dual chamber case, but hey, you do you. Like, do that only if you need to. Lux, you know what I would do? I would try to fabricate a custom acrylic panel with ventilation and a mesh filter. That's what I would do. I've done things like that in the past. Not in a pretty fashion, but like I have done it. JH5773 says hello by immediately asking questions. That's all good. I get that a lot here. Hi, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. Thoughts on the $4,449 O11 Vision by Skytech. Skytech is great. Are you looking on Amazon or like Best Buy, or are you looking on the Skytech website? JH, if I may ask. But obviously, something with a 9800X 3D and a 5090 is going to be good for 4K gaming. It's insane for 4K gaming. You don't even need that for 4K gaming. You can do 4K gaming on a 5070 Ti. But if that's what you want, you see this thing right here where I have a list and I have information, like really helpful info. You could be on this list. You too could be on this list to get help. So anybody who's coming in for help, you can get free help where I will look at what your budget is, what you're going to use the thing for, and I can guide you in the right direction, but you do need to fill out the form. If you're watching on YouTube, that link is the first thing in the description. It says, if you want help, you must fill out this form, because there's other people who have already done that and they are in front of you right now. Okay? That's normal. That's how that works. I'm sure if I was helping you, you wouldn't want me to just start ignoring you to help anybody else who came in and immediately asked for help, right? Yeah. But yeah, that's on the YouTube side. If you're watching on Twitch, no problem. That's posting every now and then. You're gonna see a paragraph pop up from Stream Elements. It says, "Want help getting the right PC for your budget and needs? Fill out this form." And a bunch of other stuff. At the end of that paragraph is a link. Click that, fill out the form, you get on the same list. You could be here. So, okay. Do you see down here, by the way, JH, Redemption 77, that is okay, and now Jeff there on the YouTube chat. That is the CTO of Skytech. You know, the company you would be giving money to. Don't waste your money on a 5090. 5080 is way more than enough. Spend that extra $1,000 on cool stuff, because you need, if you're going to want a game in 4K, you kind of need a good 4K monitor, and that's not cheap. And you might want a nice keyboard, a nice mouse, maybe a nice headset to communicate with your friends as y'all get nice wins in fun games. I don't know. What do people do when they have friends? I don't know. I have no idea. Anyways, So SkyTech is legit. Almost bought one of those, but kid asked for Starforge. He's looking for options, and I figure he saw this from a streamer. Well, Dridism, here's the thing. Starforge is good, to be clear. But it is partially owned by a big group of streamers, and most of them are not really tech people. But the people who run Starforge, who actually, the CEO and all the people that work there, actually are tech people who are very savvy and know what they're doing. So there's two sides to this. First off, yeah, a lot of streamers are going to talk about Starforge. A lot of them will have a stake in Starforge. But that doesn't, so there's that to consider, but also it doesn't necessarily mean that Starforge doesn't know what they're doing. That wouldn't be a good business practice to do a thing you don't know about. But yeah, SkyTech is legit. Yes. And just so y'all know, if you are shopping on SkyTech, you can stack coupon codes, including my own coupon code that you don't know about yet. That's just money in your pocket. So get in the form, fill it out, get in line for help. I'm gonna help you out. Here's how it works. I'm gonna help somebody out, and in between that, we have a little fun. I open a Pokemon card pack, and I move to the next person. That's just to break up the tedium for me, because I started early today. So get you help people who has an obsession on parts within good reason. Thank you. I don't know about the good reason part. Yo, what's up, Alucard? How's it going? PC case too small, can only hold 2 fan-sized GPUs. Oh boy, yeah. King 95 is going to be a whole new world for you. Thanks for the info. I'll hold off on buying right now. I'll fill out the form and get more advice. Awesome. I'm going to help you out tonight. However, big detail here y'all need to know. You have to be here for me to help you. I'm not going to email you or hit you up on Discord. None of that. Like, you got to be here for me to help you. It is part of the stream. I dedicate this time to helping people, and also now opening Pokemon cards in the meantime. I just do that now. It's fun. Speaking of which, let's do that. Let's do one real quick. Just Boost It 187 says, thanks for your videos. You're welcome. I'm glad to be back to making videos regularly for the channel. You guys might realize something that I realized after the Sunday stream. I didn't record a video last night. And believe it or not, my next idea for a video, we're actually going to look at some solid monitors, keyboards, and mice. Because there's going to be a lot of people buying PCs who are going to want, hey, what do I get now? So we're going to be, I don't know if I want to do this tonight or Thursday, but we're going to be doing this all through rtings.com. Not affiliated or anything, but it's just, that's where I go. That's what I do whenever I want to look for something that I don't have a bunch of knowledge in. I don't know a lot about. Although I do have a monitor that I'm going to talk about where it's like, hey, I've got a video on this. I can still put out that video. Let me know if you want that. But yes, this monitor from Pixio is really good, but let's see what Rtings has to say about this and that. Both C5 and King 95 Pros on sale, so I want opinion on the cases. I like the King 95 Pro. You've got my opinion on that, so there you go. That boy I see, what's up? How's it going? Welcome. 5 PCs. Good Lord, Alucard. You could buy like 10 pairs of those Xbox Crocs for $100, for $1,000. Wow. And also, yeah. Hi, Kansberg. Just, yeah, if you're going to come in and ask info or you have questions, I do like to have people say hi to me first. I feel like that's like normal for a person to want, I think. I'm not weird. I'm not weird. What do you think of the i3 1215U? I have no idea. Sounds like a laptop CPU. Not too familiar, honestly. I am not weird. Thank you. Rurutu, thank you. I feel cute today. Hold on. Will this work? I think this will work. That's my keyboard. It didn't work. I was wrong. I just meant to look at the camera and get that and have that happen. I wanted the sound. But that's for when I get a hit in a Pokemon card pack, which we're going to open one real quick. Then we're moving on to helping out Dridism And we're going to get you on the right track. Let's just do this real quick. This is just for me. This is for me and for those who like this stuff. Holy cow, what a keyboard. It is pretty nice. It's from Syntec. It's pretty cool. Wow. Yeah, that's something to be aware of. Alucard is correct, Jeremiah. The King 95 Pro is a dual chamber case. It is a very wide case because of that. But cable management is awesome in that case. Something else to be aware of. Okay. This is Destined Rivals second pack from that Mega Charizard XEX Ultra Mega Premium Extraordinaire box. All right. The energy, it is watching you. Metatite, all right. Those eyes look kind of similar when it comes down. I don't know, maybe. Wash Rotom. MC's Hype, all right. Team Rockets, Porygon 2. Team Rockets, Transkeever. I think that's how you say that. Team Rockets, Wheezing. It looks miserable. A Granite Cave. Weird looking Pokemon. Hippopotas. Ethan's Pichu, holo, right there. Ethan's Macargo. Ethan, you lost all your Pokemon, but wait, was that it? Oh, yeah. No, there you go. There's your 3 foil cards. I say holo, but it's like, it's just, that one's holo. These are just foil. And I guess it's just foil too. I mean, I don't know these terms. Dridism, thank you for the $5 super chat. Let's go, nerds. Just steering away from the wrong track. Hope you find the best Pokemon. Thank you. Thank you for the support. The Pichu is cute. I like Pichu. I like Pichu a lot. That is a really nice card. Hippopotas, Macargo, Pichu, cute. Okay. Not much so far from Destined Rivals. Kind of so far. We have to sell those for like $10 a pack. They are costing us like $6 each, $6.80 each wholesale. With the picture non-holo, it's called a reverse holo. Fair, right? So even if there's no pattern or anything, yeah. The new Corsair triple chamber is pretty cool, but I love the new Haven case. That's the thing. I saw that case at Computex, and I was like, there's SIs who are going to love this thing. I appreciate that, Alucard. No problem with the lurk. You're good. Yeah, no hits. No hits. Did you grow up with Pokemon? I didn't actually grow up playing the Pokemon games or pulling the cards or like buying the cards. I had a Game Boy, and then I never after that could really get the other handhelds. So I didn't stick with handhelds too much. So I'd never play, because that's the thing about it was Pokemon was just a Nintendo handheld game. It was a Game Boy game. And then it was Game Boy Advance game, Game Boy, and then it was a DS game. So I never played them until Sword and Shield because I had a Switch, and I was like, "Yo, this is so fun. This is crazy fun." I had played a couple Pokemon games via emulator before, but I didn't grow up with it. But I intend to make up for lost time because I've been playing it for years and years now. Like, how long ago did freaking Sword and Shield come out? Like 6 years ago? I've been playing it for more than half a decade now. It's so good for SI, but it's not light. Well, let me ask you this, Jeff. Single impact styrofoam, like single use styrofoam, or closed cell foam for that? I figure Haven's going to put good foam in there. If it's not Lucario, it don't matter. All right, that boy, I see. You got it. GameCube, Nintendo 64 too. I mean, I had consoles, but after this, the SNES, like that's when I kind of started to get more into PC stuff, and I never really looked back. What's up, Robert? How's it going? Yeah, that's what I figured, Jeff, about the width of the triple chamber, because usually with a dual chamber case, the radiator mounting is like where the second chamber cuts off. So instead they just extend that and it just has that front corner. Okay, let's get into this. Dridism. So you were looking at the Horizon 3 Pro. I don't like the CPU, but I do like GPU and can upgrade over time because I built my own a few years back. Okay, cool. Let's take a look at the Horizon 3 Pro. And just like compare it. Oh, Jeff, by the way, check it out. People are getting blocked from Micro Center right now. Cloudflare thinks they're under attack because of Cyber Monday. It's freaking hilarious. It might work now, but probably not. Yeah, people are just blocked. Like, I've had the site not work. I've never had this before. I've never had this before. It's crazy. Someone hacked the Micro Center and lowered the prices on the RAM. Understand, Micro Center's paying more for the RAM too. Okay, I laughed a little. Wow, hallelujah. He lives. Okay, we're going Starforge Systems. Screw you, Micro Center. Okay, shop PCs. Wait, is there a... Horizon 3 Pro. 12400F. 16 gigs of RAM. And it is $1,200. Nope. We're going here. $1,200. Now, the 5060 is not going to have as much performance as that 9060 XT, to be clear. But the whole... everything else is better. Everything else. You're on AM5. That 12th gen Intel CPU in the Horizon 3 Pro, it works, but your only upgrade path is 13th and 14th gen Intel. I don't know if I need to tell you what all happened with that. J Dollars, thank you for doing that. Being stuck on LGA 1700, not the best fate for your PC. Instead, getting socket AM5, you want to talk about future upgradability, AMD is going to support that socket that by all indicators are going to support it for years to come. 5060, you're talking about 1080p gaming. Oh, wait, gaming and streaming. I see. I'm going to ask you a question real quick. So, Dridism, when you say streaming, do you mean like streaming on Twitch or like watching streams? He wanted to get started streaming, yes, on Twitch. Okay. Well, a 7700 is not bad for that. You see, you're going to have 8 cores, 16 threads. That's helpful. Here's a big deal, though. Here's a big part of that. This has 16 gigs of RAM. No, you don't want that for streaming games on Twitch. You will run out of RAM because the game wants system memory. So does OBS. So does Discord. So does whatever programs, all that stuff he's got to run in order to do that. The biggest deal here is that it has 32 gigs of DDR5 6000. That's not only double the capacity of RAM, but it's also faster because this is DDR5 5600. DDR5 6000 is the correct frequency for this CPU. A full terabyte of Gen 4 storage. This gets a terabyte of Gen 4 storage. We're equal there. So what you're doing here is you're trading down on the GPU a bit. But here's the thing. When it comes to streaming, most people will recommend NVIDIA for NVENC. That NVIDIA encoder. It's been sort of the default for streamers for a very long time. This thing right here has the same 9th gen NVENC as my 5070 Ti that I, as a full-time partnered streamer, use for my streams. Meaning, even though the GPU is not as powerful, it is exactly as powerful and capable when it comes to encoding a stream. These are things that are very important when you're trying. That's the reason I ask what you're going to do with it. These are things to consider. You need this RAM for streaming games. You need you don't need, now to be fair, AMD Radeon GPUs have improved dramatically in their encoding. They're still not caught up to NVENC because NVENC, as AMD is catching up, NVENC is getting better with every generation. What am I looking at? I'm looking at the Shadow 4. Oh, sorry, wrong button again. The Shadow 4 on Skytech. It is the same price at $1,200, except that we're going to stack discounts. Here at Starforge, this is discounted from $1,400. This is not a $1,400 computer, I'm going to be honest. And this is me talking as someone who likes Starforge, by the way. I like Starforge. I like the people at Starforge. But this right here, 12th gen, no. This should be a Core Ultra 5. Is it a Core Ultra 3 225F or Core Ultra 5 225F? But yeah, the F on here also sucks because it doesn't have any encoding capabilities on the CPU. And that's not something you got to worry about with the 7700, but generally it's not going to do you much good. It's just as far as Intel CPUs go, this is the one you don't want if you're going to be doing any content creation. Also helps with streaming too. Can help with streaming too. It can. But yeah. This one was on my list, actually. That one that you clicked before is right here. The under $1,000. Because the combined discount codes get it under $1,000. I can't wait to show you this. Check it out. We're also going to look and see if there's any other ones. But the most easily upgraded component here, the GPU. Well, storage and GPU are very easy to upgrade. But the GPU is what you can run on for now, and it'll do 1080p gaming, it'll do streaming, all of that really well. But it would be one of the first things you upgrade. That's very easy to upgrade. And with this power supply, with a 650 watt, you can go up to a 5070. Or I'm guessing a 6070 when those come out, if NVIDIA decides to keep making gaming GPUs or consumer GPUs. Anyway, so let's go through the process here. Okay, first off, when you first go to, no, Intel did not do it on purpose. Yeah, they did not. I saw that earlier. I just hadn't responded to it yet. Sorry. Okay, can I just, thank you. So down here, okay, you still can't see it. There we go. There's going to be this little thing hovering here. And normally these kind of marketing things are really annoying for me personally. But, oh, it's for PCs over 1,400. Never mind. Doesn't count for this. Doesn't matter. It still gets us, we still get under $1,000. I forgot. It's for PCs $1,400 and over. Thankfully, we're not looking at something like that, so you don't have to worry about it. But still, let's go ahead and add this to cart. We're going to remove this custom build that I did. We're going to refresh because my cart is not empty, you liar. Thank you. We're going to proceed to checkout. Now, watch this. We're going to put in code. Is it BF still? BF 100. Apply $100 off. So we're at $1099.99. And then if we go and put my code, SWARM, is it still under $1,000? I think this might have gone up in price by $100, by the way. Yeah, so we're still a little over $1,000. We're at $1,063.99 with shipping included. All you got to do is taxes there. and the entire system is upgrade. It is a step up. When think about this, the 7700, the Ryzen 7 7700 is one generation back. Doesn't matter for AMD because you have the same socket as the current one, and the next CPUs are going to have socket AM5 as well. So you're going to have a lot of CPU upgradability over time. Either way, you get that AM5 motherboard that's going to have that future compatibility. You get 32 gigs of DDR5, and right now I can't even tell you how much of it. I could actually. That kit of 32 gigs used to cost something like $100, $120, something like that, depending on the kit that it is. Okay, go to products, and we go to I actually have to get, yeah, we'll just do this, and I'll turn off the compatibility filter. We'll go to DDR5. And we will go to DDR5 6000 because that's what this kit is. Two by 16 because it's a 32 gig kit. The cheapest kit on this now that you can get is $260. $260. And it only goes up from there. This is what has happened to memory. You see this right here? Yeah. That's what happened to RAM. And it's only continuing to go up and up and up and up. So if you were planning on getting this and saying, oh, if you need more RAM, we'll just upgrade your RAM. Two things to say about that. With DDR5, especially on AMD, because I'm going to be honest with you, their memory controller not as good as Intel's. Objectively, don't argue with me on this. Those of you who are thinking about doing that, you know I'm right. So you don't want to run 4 sticks of RAM, even though there are 4 slots. The meta is to put 2 sticks of RAM. You just get the capacity you're supposed to have. If you're doing video editing, you get 64 gigs, so you get 2 by 32. Gaming and streaming, 32 gigs, usually fine. So you get 2 by 16, and you have 32 gigs. And that kit, I mean, just this one here, $320 right now. That's 30% of this PC. I just wanted to let that hang out there a little bit. I just wanted to let that soak in. That is 30% of the price of this PC. So, but the cool thing at Skytech is you can stack discount codes. To my knowledge, like I have a code with a lot of different system integrators, and that it keeps me from only recommending one if I just had one code, right? And I just look at the ones that are doing the best stuff, and I'll just recommend those until maybe someone else does better at this or does better at that, right? Starforge doesn't have a discount. My code with them doesn't provide a discount. It just helps me out. It doesn't help you out. I've never liked that. And they don't change that because then they would have to put discounts on everybody's codes. And what would they do to accommodate that? They'd have to just raise their prices. And someone who doesn't have a code ends up paying more because of that. Here, we can actually stack codes. Mine is the SWARM, Swarm. BF100 is for any system between $1,000 and $2,000 right now for Black Friday, Cyber Monday. So yeah, that brings this $1,200 system down to $1,063.99 with free shipping. What do we think about that? I guess this thing went up $1,000, not $1,000, $100 by the way, because before the stack discounts, it used to be $1,100. When I made the video, if y'all go back and watch the video, okay, for Black Friday, it was $1,100. Jeff, you're killing me, man, because you don't understand what happened when I was filming that. Another PC price went down while I was comparing prices. Now this one, the weekend after, goes up. To be fair, Starforge makes great PCs, but they don't have the buying power to get the parts as cheap as the bigger size do. Jeff, I have heard some of the latest numbers. They're doing some numbers. Not on y'all's levels yet, but y'all weren't always on that level, right? That's not always going to be true. They have some pretty strong buying power now. But that is fair of you to say. Fair and balanced. It's not a knock. Yeah, I feel you. I understand. You're not the type to just knock other SIs unless they're in chat and you're doing it back and forth, which is always funny. But actually, you don't even do it then. You're usually very respectful. Boring. I'm kidding. The down detector chart for Micro Center is massive, and I haven't seen the Micro Center say anything on socials. Yeah, it's crazy. I should probably post something. Then it's kind of funny. Yeah. Anyways, this is objectively a better deal in terms of now maybe the look isn't quite the same. It doesn't have that fish tank look, but it still has tons of RGB. It's about performance, and I'm going to give you another tip here. Okay, here's what happens when you start streaming. You start streaming, and it's like, oh, I want to be able to change my scenes and stuff, and so I'm going to go ahead and get. Hold on. I'm going to go ahead and get a Stream Deck. There we go. I got a Stream Deck. Neat. I got the Atomic Purple limited edition one because it's purple. I buy it. If it's purple, I buy it. That's a thing you just learned about me. Anyways, actually, I really want to, I use that. I've got all my buttons assigned, yada, yada. Cool. But I want to be able to control my audio too. So, okay, I'm going to get the Stream Deck with the knobs. Yeah, with the knobs. But what if I don't want to touch that when I'm changing scenes or doing stuff like that? What if I just want to just look, Ma, no hands? Whoa! How did he? How? Stream Deck pedals. Okay, cool. But wait, what about the audio? Like microphone? USB microphone? Okay, USB for that too. It's another USB port. Or you get audio interface, USB-C or USB 3.0. Okay, cool. My mouse, keyboard, maybe a headset. You need I/O. Input, output. You need USB ports. And you really, for a lot of these things, webcam. Oh, what about the webcam? That needs high bit rate, high bandwidth. Cool. You don't want to put it on a hub. You're going to get all kinds of latency. Your video doesn't match to your audio. There's some technical stuff involved. You can fix that, but you got to get really in the weeds on it. Everything should be plugged right into the motherboard if possible. So, my answer for that, and it's a great answer. It's one I've been using for a long time. Right there. PCIe USB add-in card. If that motherboard that's in that system has an X4 slot, which is 4 lanes, it's probably the bottommost one. This can add 3 10 gigabit per second ports right there, USB Type-C, and then 4 5 gigabit per second USB Type-A ports, the rectangular ones. And this has controllers right on the card. It doesn't require a cable from your power supply. And it's like $30. So normally, when someone comes in and says, hey, I want to do streaming, I would be obsessed if I was doing a custom PC with finding the best motherboard possible. But it's for those. That's like the main thing, is to get more USB ports or a really good, make sure you have enough PCIe to put slots to put in a good capture card if you want to get a nice camera. Streaming is fun. And the more little things you do to make it more engaging, chat, does that pay off? You could tell me. It won't hurt my feelings if I'm wasting my time and money. But I don't think I am. I think the better a stream looks and sounds, it's not going to make up for, like, if I was mean to you all the time, or if I didn't know what I was talking about, or because for an educational stream, which is kind of at its roots, that's what this is. A pro-consumer edutainment kind of stuff, like my YouTube channel. Or if I was a gamer and I was not fun to watch while playing games, it doesn't make up for that. But man, it just makes it better. Well, that boy I see, I will say there's some streamers who that's their brand, is being that. But I talked to OTK a lot about the business in the lead up to their creation. Oh, sweet. Didn't know that. I respect what Starforge built. It's not easy being an outside in this field. I know what it takes. I'm sure they will get there, and we welcome them to the family. That's awesome. Thanks for the information, man. I'm all about performance. So let me do this for you. You don't have to, I'm going to give you a direct link Actually, I don't know if Jeff can tell me this. I've never tested it, but I can put my tag at the end of the link, and I don't know if it automatically applies my discount code. I'm just going to go ahead and do it anyway. There we go. So, Gridism, there you go. There's that link and the code. I have no idea if that works or not. Your damn encyclopedia, sir, and the world's better for it. Braithorn, thank you for my pocketbook and my heart. You're very welcome. I'm an if I'm an encyclopedia, I'm in like an encyclopedia. If like if y'all played what's it? It Takes Two. You know that book that like yells a lot and that's me. If that story was about talking about computers instead of it being about like a divorce or whatever. That would be me. Not the book of love. It would be the book of nerd. That's me. An encyclopedia of... I ruined it. Anyways. Why did Twitch stop y'all from cussing? I mean, I get kids, but the real reason. Twitch didn't. I did. And it's also... like, you see how you're on the screen here when you say stuff? Well, that's showing on YouTube. Right now, I see YouTube is on a tear with like some kind of AI agent that is just canceling channels. I'm trying to keep things as absolutely spick and span as possible. Clean, clean, clean. Because I don't want to be a part of that narrative right now. I'm not going to do it. No. Funny being that I'm half French, Belgian, half Belgian actually, but I can speak French with a decent accent, but faking a French English accent or French accent in English, not too good at that. And yeah, it was annoying. But yeah, Settled, what's up? No, yeah. So right now I'm trying to keep things as clean as possible. I have ramped up because it shows on screen. I have ramped up the auto mod when it comes to profanity. Guys, I cuss all the time off stream. But there are times when you have younger people come in here looking for help. And though I know they hear worse and say worse, I don't have to. I'm not worried about them like hating that. Like they're probably used to it. But I don't want to make like parents uncomfortable if they know they're watching a live stream. This should be a place where everyone can feel comfortable. So, Ameridan, what's up, buddy? How's it going? Frenglish. Frenchglish? Tome of Nerd. I like that, actually. It's the name of my autobiography. Well, I think that went well. I hope you like the option. It just like, I just want to make sure y'all understand. I like Starforge. I wish Starforge did discounts, like codes. It takes a lot of pressure off of you guys when it comes to something like Black Friday or any holiday season, because then you just always have a discount you know you can get. That's what started Operation Code Braithorn, even though most places don't use that actual name as the code anymore. Still, gonna go jam some Off the Grid before bed thing. You got it, absolutely. Dridism, feel free to hang out anytime, and we will be here. I'm just gonna open another Pokemon pack before the next person. I'm uncomfortable with the lack of cursing. Redemption, you can fill that gap for yourself, just not in chat. Wait, what? They become as soft. It's not like it used to be back in 2015 and 14. Oh, you meant YouTube. That boy I see. You caught me off guard with that. You really caught me off guard with this. Like, we're not there yet. You know what I mean? I just want you to know. We're not there yet. And it's not you. It's me. I'm also happily taken. All right, you got it, Dridism. Take it easy. Alucard over there. Pulling a George Carlin. Probably. Okay. These, I gotta say, Destined Rivals has been yeah, that boy I see, I'm telling you, it's like, that's fine. I'm allowing that because that's allowed on network TV. Okay. But you could just say LMAO. That is what that means, by the way. Dude, no, but Destined Rivals has been cold. It's just been nothing. Today, someone bought four packs of Pokemon, pulled a couple cards, and threw the rest in the trash. That hurt my soul. That's disgusting. I know that some people just want, like, hits and no bulk, but, like, some kid could want to get into the game. Just donate it, man. That's disgusting. If you see someone doing that, you should, I mean, don't hate, but, like, call them out, man. That sucks. There's going to be a card shop somewhere in your town, maybe some hobby shop. Take them there, drop them off, say, hey, if you know any kids who want to get into the game, here's my bulk. I don't want it. I am going to try to build the whole Pokédex. It's just going to be a long time before that's done. I know Pokemon's a stuff, but, like, have you ever lost an El Drago Beyblade, bro? That hurts. No, I have not. Beyblade, didn't get into Beyblade. It looked dangerous. Pokemon needs to have, like, a sealed draft format or something to make you play with the chaff. I don't know what the formats are. Again, like, I need to watch, like, I'm already watching Purple Cliff's gaming content. I need to watch his TCG content other than just opening packs, because they do things like they'll open a booster box each and try to beat, like, him and a friend, and they try to beat each other with a deck they build from that. That's just cool stuff. The distribution of cards is much more even from a booster display than in an ETB. An ETB can be hot or cold, but a booster box usually pans out. They're so expensive, though, Anton. They're so expensive. This is from, and I'm not saying this was cheap, but it's like a third the price of a booster display box. It was the, what is it? The Mega Charizard EX, Mega Charizard X EX, Ultra Premium doodly doo. So, I mean, look. Wait, where? Oh, I already put it in the book. I got that. Like, I was happy just to get. I hadn't pulled. I now have a Charizard for my Pokedex, because I got that Mega Charizard X EX card, the promo card. It's sick. Like, that's awesome. You know how long it would have taken me to just pull a Charizard randomly out of any set? Any set. And also, stock was abundant at GameStop. It was abundant. Oh, there's a lot of other cool stuff in there now. Those are like $240 now or more. Not at GameStop. They are cheaper. Or do you mean the card or the boxes? TCGs have always been about collecting cards for me. Never really liked playing card games. They feel like they're purely luck-based, and my brain does not like games it cannot control. I don't know what I would say. I mean, no, you can strategize. Oops, did not mean to lower my chair. Let this out. But Natty, welcome back. The UPC, got it. Well, I paid less than that. So I guess I paid less than market price. That's good. I'm getting kind of sick of this audio ducking whenever I'm doing this. It's getting a little aggressive. So yeah, it seems for Destined Rivals, the pack trick is just a single card, and then we're good. I'm glad prices are dropping as long as they don't just crash. Yeah. It's the same energy I got before. How's my... Okay, I need to hold it up a little bit for the focus. Okay, energy, basic, Ponyta. Oh, look at that's beautiful. Look at that. That's a gorgeous card. And it's like so relaxed, so chill. The name of the move, double headbutt. Okay. Now, wow. Marnie's Scraggy. Oh, nice. Is this a clay Mudbray? Or is that just like computer generated? I don't know. Breloom. Okay. Breloom in Pokemon Violet was my goat. I caught every Pokemon with Breloom and Spore. It was crazy. I did Breloom with normal Terra type, and it had False Swipe and Spore. Easy. The Pokemon for catching everything. Crazy. Of course, Ghost types were a problem. RGB Pokemon card, many FPS. I talked to them about it. They were like, that's a great mascot, but we don't control any of that. Ethan's Adventure. Obama Snow. Nice. Not a card I had before, I think. Team Rocket's Wheezing. Got this one in the last pack. Applin. Applin Reverse Hollow. Champerl Reverse Hollow. And what the hell? Again? I don't want it. I don't want the freaking spider. Jesus. Why? It doesn't actually... It's not like I see a photorealistic spider there or anything. I just don't want the same freaking card. What am I supposed to do with that? I don't want it. Man, this so far is just like ice cold. Ice cold. It's clay art. Got it. Collation is a thing. I guess. I don't want any more. I'm leaving that last Destined Rivals pack for another time. So I can at least forget. And just be reminded that apparently I got 3 packs. They're just going to have Spidops. Spidops is my op. All right? Test to see my name. There's your name. Yeah. Michelle, if I didn't already say hi. Hi, Michelle. How's it going? Played Yu-Gi-Oh! Magic the Gathering, Standard and Commander, and Pokemon, and everything just feels very luck-based. Like, it doesn't really matter how well my deck is built. If a bad pull for me and a good pull for my opponent loses me the game entirely. You get me? I guess one thing, the luck component... Okay, let me compare this to a TTRPG, right? Tabletop RPG. One thing I always really liked and also dreaded when it came to playing Shadowrun was that you could be the most min-maxed, buffed up, high-level character, and like a level 3 thug could still kill you if you got lucky enough. That was cool. There were stakes. There were stakes involved. I lost more characters in Shadowrun, which I played less than D&D, than I ever did in D&D. Ponyta makes me worry there. One nightmare or scare, the whole place is on fire. What about double headbutting everything with a mane that's literally burning? It looked like the clay, at least. Give the spider cards to your card shop. Maybe a kid there likes spiders. That's fair. Like I said, I'm not going to throw it away. Someone might like it. Just popped in, so no worries. All good. All good. Now, next. Hold on. Did I? Yes, I put the link. I can mark that. I can mark that in green. Kensbur85. Are you here? Kensbur85. Let's just do it this way. If you have filled out the form, or if you're going to fill out the form and you need to know what to do after, listen up. If you're watching on Twitch, it's easy. Oh, wait. Hold on. Actually, Dealing Toast. It's your that's right. You came back. You did DM me the list? Sweet. Dealing Toast. Sorry, Kensbur. There's someone from a previous stream who came back, and they do need help. And I'm just gonna help them out with this upgrade, and then you will be next. So stick around. Sorry about that. That's my bad. I usually, like, as I call it, that's what I do, but it's my fault for forgetting Dealing Toast was here. Okay. All right. That's my bad. So yeah, you're next. Kensbur, let me mark you as purple here for being here. I was going to say, if you're watching on Twitch, put in the emote that says I'm on the list, as you saw Alucard do right down there. If you're watching on YouTube, you actually need to type out @Breathorn, I'm on the list, okay? And then I'll mark you in purple like this. That's if you're on the list, if you fill out the form already, and you're here waiting for help. Okay, so this is the PC. Okay. B550 UD. 64 gigs of DDR4? Really? With a Ryzen 5 3600? Are you sure about that? 1 terabyte Kingston NV3, a 3060. The Slate 8 Mesh Pro. Okay. Solid case for airflow. Pretty good. Yeah. And a 1,000 watt power supply. You have 16. Okay. So you were thinking about upgrading. Okay. Yeah, this list is supposed to be what you you have 2 kits of RAM. I just looked right past that. Okay. So, of course, here, let me bring this over here. Close that one out. Here we go. So, you're looking at a new PC, right? You're looking at getting a new PC, or you're looking at upgrading what you have? Because this says pre-built, and I think we discussed this yesterday. So let's just make sure we're on the same page here, okay? Why was I so insistent on having you give me all your specs then? Okay, what is the actual maximum budget for your build? Like a solid number, not a range. So this says 2,000 to 2,500. What's the solid number? Is it like 2,250, 2,000, 25? What's the actual number that you're comfortable with spending on your new PC? Okay. And you're looking for just gaming at 1440p. By the way, Kensbur, I am going to be asking some questions. You'll hear me ask those questions. Just keep in mind, I'm going to ask you the same stuff. Let's see. You chose for the color between black, white, and then a specific color. Tell me in chat. What color were you thinking for the PC? Wait, so you want a pre-built, right? Or are you building this? You sent me a PC part picker that you did as well. I only see the one link. I only see one link here, and it's the part picker list we're looking at right now. Oh, Gary, you're on the list? Okay. Sweet. This is the only PC part picker list you've sent me, unless it's on the form. Hold on. It's not on the form. So you didn't fill out, you didn't link it in the form, and you didn't send it to me. Look through the DMs. Oh, you sent another one just now. Like a minute ago. Okay. Okay, so this is a PC part picker list, right? Wait, what? Hold on. This is somebody else's. This is somebody else's PC part picker list. What? Wait. There's no list there. Yeah, this isn't it because it just went to the one I was doing before. If you send me a link that doesn't have any characters after list slash, there's going to be nothing. It's just going to take me to the last list I was working on. There we go. Okay. That should be it. Okay. First off, you said you wanted to stay at $2,500. This is $135 over that. Secondly, you want a pre-built. PC part picker is for when you want to build it yourself. You know that, right? Like, this is if you want to order all these parts and build it yourself, that's why you would use PC part picker, okay? So is that what are you trying to do here? This is for you to build, right? Okay. Generally, this isn't really how this works, where we just send a list to a builder and they just get all those parts. We would have to go to one that has these exact parts. He was trying to upgrade, I remember. Well, apparently I got it wrong because this is just a full pre-built. It's a new PC. It's not an upgrade. I don't know why I was so insistent on seeing a part picker list before. That was during a long stream. So, I don't know. I might have been tired. But yeah, generally, when you use whatever parts are like, you can go with a boutique builder and tell them, I would like this kind of PC, and they'll be like, okay, this is what we've got. Or we need to order these parts. It's going to cost you a little extra because we don't carry them. Something like that. I don't know of... Actually, hold on. Maybe. I think, actually, Skytech carries the Antec C8 in the custom PC builder. Yeah, they do. They have the Antec C8. Hold up. We might be able to cook here. Okay. But it's not going to have those Lean Lee fans. Just to let you know. But what's up, The Muscle? How's it going? Kamar Red, how you doing? I like how you're like, I know you're helping someone, but stop. Help me right now instead. You can jump on the list if you're looking for help, okay? And it's basically like getting in line to get help. Okay. Let me cook here a little bit, okay? Give me a sec. Same CPU. What did you choose for this? I tried to build it similar, but they don't really carry Lian Li fans, just to let you know. And you're just gaming, right? You're just gaming at 1440p. That's easy. We don't have to worry too much about the motherboard I/O or anything. This motherboard should be fine. And it's also an upgrade because it's X870 instead of B850. So that's an upgrade. You don't need a 5090. You were looking at a 9070 XT, correct? I'm sure Skytech has a 9070 XT. There it is. Oh, wow. Nice. Okay, so they have the Prime card. We'll just choose that. They do have a white one. If you do want a white GPU, you're not going for a white build, though. Arcane Commander, what's up? Love to see you still at this. You helped me find my pre-built 5 years ago. Oh, my God. It can't be. It can't be 5 years ago. There's no way. There is no way. I'm glad to hear it's still running strong. 5 years ago would have been 2020. I don't know if I was doing this yet in 2020. Maybe 4 years ago. I don't know. That's crazy. Now, if I may ask, Dealing Toast, why were you looking at 64 gigs of RAM out of curiosity? Are you going to specifically play a game that uses a lot of system memory, like Escape from Tarkov or any other poorly optimized games like that? Because I got this kit right here. Never want to upgrade, but I want to play. But I play Tarkov. Okay, all right. So we keep that 64 gigs that I put in there. We don't need 4 terabytes of storage. I still don't know why that's the default. That's a lot. This is equivalent to that Samsung, but they do have the Samsung 990 Pro in 2 terabytes. There we go. Okay, we just built your PC. False alarm. I checked my online receipt. 2022. Oops. Okay. 3 years ago. It's still a long time, Commando. It's still a long time. And thank you for coming in to check in on me. Yes, I am still doing this. Because nobody else is doing it. I don't know why. This is fun. I still have fun with this. What's up, humanity? How's it going? Yeah, we just built your PC, and we built it cheaper because, let me tell you, Lian Li fans are cool. They're great, particularly when you're building the PC, because the cable management, way easier. But they're expensive. They're very expensive. And you have that 9800X3D and the 9070 XT, 64 gigs of RAM, a 360 millimeter AIO, a nice motherboard, the Antec C8 case, and 2 terabytes of Gen 4 storage, which I believe is what you chose here. 2 terabytes of Gen 4 storage, right? Okay. And it's the same drive. And it's cheaper before the discount, okay? And you get 2 discounts here, all right? So if we go in, first I'm going to save the build, all right? That doesn't actually copy the link. I've tried it multiple times. Might need to hop on the upgrade list soonish. Be happy to help you with that. All right, so that's there. Let's throw this in the cart gently. We'll remove this PC here. Also a killer deal. We'll go here. Now, this is dope. I do want to run something by you, though. So, I have a collab PC that is around this price, and you may be able to request this case through Alexander PCs, the Antec C8, maybe. It just adds to the cost a little bit. Let me show you that real quick, and we're gonna compare. There's a limited number of these, okay? This is the Legionnaire 2025, and if we look at that same CPU, same GPU, and 64 gigs of high-end storage, of high-end RAM, plus you have 2 terabytes of high-end storage is what I was gonna say. You're looking at $25.28, but then there's a $50 discount with my code, and this is from a boutique builder with a lifetime warranty. I want to make sure you know this is an option, and you may be able to request that Antec C8 case because it's a boutique builder, and he'll just be like, all right, it'll cost you $50 more or whatever it costs different. Okay. I don't know what the price difference would be. Is the 9070 XT okay the same as the 5070 Ti? It's not the same as the 5070 Ti, or else it would be called a 5070 Ti. The 9070 XT beats the 5070 Ti in some games, loses to it in other games. If you're going to be focused on something like 4K, the 5070 Ti is going to be the better option in a lot of cases. But if you're focused on 1440p, there are cases where the 9070 XT is going to beat the 5070 Ti. It is cheaper than the 5070 Ti. So that's a thing. But yeah, can add more storage fairly easily dealing toast if you need more storage. That's true. Yes. Yeah, I mean, NVIDIA, it's just, they're, you know, FSR 4 is very good. It's catching up to DLSS 4. Not caught up, but catching up to DLSS 4. But it's very good. There are certain games where you're going to have an edge because you're using an AMD Radeon GPU. But make no mistake, they're not like that. Even though that's the highest end 9000 series Radeon GPU you can get, AMD did not release a high-end GPU. It's just the 9070 XT is as high as it gets, and it competes very strongly against the 5070 Ti in a lot of cases. It's just that if you wanted to do more than gaming, I would 100% push you to the 5070 Ti. You'd probably be fine going with a 9800 X3D 9070 XT combo here on any of these. DLSS is a huge selling point for the RTX, though. It is. It really depends on the games. And what you said was Tarkov, Rust, Call of Duty, Battlefield 6. I've had people tell me to no end that, oh, AMD's better for Call of Duty. AMD's better for Call of Duty. Unless you play one game, don't ever buy something for one game, for its performance in one game. You get the card that, or the part that works best in multiple games that you want to play, right? I don't know among those like 4 or 5 games you mentioned which one's better overall, but I do know that the 9070 XT costs less and performs really well. So anyways, I wanted to show you this because this is limited edition, and yeah, there have been some people who have done things like, hey, I want a white version of that case, and they've made an exception for that. I don't know if TJ would do a fully different case, but maybe. But I wanted to make sure you knew about this. Now, since we're here, let's stack a couple codes, because this will come out as cheaper than the Alexander PC's system, okay? Just keep in mind, there's certain things to consider. It is going to be a 1-year warranty, not a lifetime warranty. You can add to that, but then it costs more for the additional warranty. You can do 2 or 3 years total. So, yeah, you can do that. Now, they might not have it, but they can get it. I promise you that. They can get it. How much it'll cost, I don't know. And whether TJ's going to get mad at me, I don't know. But he likes me, so it'll be fine. Let me see. Swarm is my code. We put that in. That is a whole $76.92 off. And then you put in whatever code you get when you fill out the thing that says, hey, get $50 off. So it's going to be $50 less than this. $2436.98. Now, here's where you have to decide something. What you get to think about is how important is the warranty to you? SkyTech takes great care of their customers. They've shown it time and time again. And they know if they stop doing that, I'll have some words for them. And they're scared of me. Oh, boy. Right, Jeff? Anyway, if you look in the Discord, SkyTech has mostly a lot of positive reviews in their SI Testimonials channel in our Discord. It's a place where people who buy from them will go to share their experience in a varying amount of detail. Some people put a ton of detail, pictures of their unboxing, how their system looks, the cable management, whatever. Sometimes they share stories if there was an issue, because any PC can have an issue, including from Alexander PCs or from, I don't know, if Jesus built a PC. It still has Windows 11. It could still have issues, okay? He might like that hobby, though. I could see him doing that. Anyways, don't get mad at me, okay? This is all in good fun. Anyways, SkyTech has shown that even then they take good care of people if any issues that they've had. Alexander PCs probably has the most positive reviews in the SI testimonials, coming in at about 100% positive, and they've been the longest running collaboration with the community that we've had. Oh, yes, we are terrified. We all make all our big decisions based solely on your personal opinion and decades of experience as an SI. I think I got y'all to change how you mount a radiator one time. So there is that. Onware, what's up? How's it going? But yeah, the cool thing though, Dealing Toast, is that both of these companies are really open with us. That guy Redemption77 in chat, he seems annoying. He's actually a cool guy. Don't tell him I said so. That's Jeff. He's the CTO of SkyTech. Just hanging out in chat, talking. I'm sure it has nothing to do with the fact that it's Cyber Monday, TJ, the owner of Alexander PCs, the email that I would give you to ask that question goes to him. He has a team. He has people. He has builders, all that. But he answers a lot of emails himself. That's a boutique builder. It's just admin@alexanderpcs.com. You'd be like, hey, I want the Legionnaire, but I really like the Antec C8 with that wood paneling. Can I get that? How much would it cost? I know it needs some extra fans. What's it going to cost me? Oh, crap. I totally forgot it was Cyber. You said a lot of stuff here that's difficult to believe, but man, come on. Yo, I see the B in the back. It looks sick. What, that? Ameridan made that for me. Unless you mean that. I made that for me. But Ameridan made the eyes, wings, and the stinger. MK Loomis, you're good. It's all good. It's okay. In the last 4 days, this is my third stream. You were forgiven. Oh, the light up one. Yeah. No, that's the first thing that Dan made for me. He makes these light up sign things. They're really cool. That other thing is a cat. Yes, a cat with wings. 100%. And a stinger. A cat PC would be awesome, though. I'm sure Dan could do it somehow. By the way, guys, I'm probably not going to stream tomorrow. I'm real tired. Like, Onware, I don't have a video for this week. I'm tired. It's all been streaming and deals and crash outs and all that. I've streamed a lot of hours in the past few days. I do have a concept for another video, but yeah, not just this second. There's a pair of cat-themed PC cases you can get. Are you talking about the cute one, the cutesy one that's in the background for Gamers Nexus all the time? You just never notice it, I guess. Also, it gets covered a lot by my big old head. Anyways, so what I would say is, our collab PC with Alexander PCs, we're going to keep that going because honestly, I said it was a Black Friday deal. TJ doesn't like Black Friday. He did this deal for the community, for y'all. And for, it helps me out. He's just like, it was a rough year. for you, for your community. Let's do an awesome collab PC. And I'm like, yeah, okay. So that's going to go until we stop, I guess. The maximum was supposed to be 100. I don't think we're going to reach that number, honestly. It's a higher priced PC, at 2,000 to 2,500, depending on the specs you choose. Anyway, the cutoff, because it's a boutique builder, like if you get the custom PC from Skytech, you'll get it faster. The cutoff for ordering a Legionnaire and to get it before Christmas is the 7th. That's the cutoff date. We still might sell some after. I mean, I think we should just sell them until we don't anymore. I don't like pressuring people into making a decision they're not certain of. Yo, look at that 5-stream streak, man, MK Loomis. There you go. Thanks, TJ. I got my friend to buy one of those Legionnaire. Hope it lasts 7+ years. Well, that depends on them, doesn't it? They better take care of it. The Yeston Cute Pet, that's the one. Okay, nope, Ninja Cat. Interesting. Anyways, Dealing Toast. I would ask how much it would be to get that done by Alexander PCs to get the C8, because like I was saying, it's up to you whether the lifetime warranty from Alexander PCs is worth the extra price, because it's going to be a little bit more. I just can't tell you how much, because I don't know how much it would cost for the case change. As for the Skytech one, here's the link for that. Okay, with my little tag on the end there. I'm going to put both of the PCs on your form here. And you just choose which one you want. So the code that I have, just so you know, okay, so you have some codes to remember here. You know what? I'm going to DM these to you, okay? The code with Alexander PCs takes off $50. Remember that. And then there was this one. So I gave you a code that is Swarm for Skytech. Here's the thing. When you go to the website, you'll get a pop-up that asks you to put in your email, and you'll save $50. Do that. If you've already decided you're going to buy the PC, you're going to give them your email anyway. You can stack that $50 discount with my code. That saves you over $120 off this custom PC. When you go there, you could even change the GPU. If you have it in the budget and you want to do that, you can change it to a 5070 Ti if you want. The power supply will handle it. I put an 850 watt in there. That'll handle up to a 5080, although I'd go 1,000 watts for a 5080, honestly. 5070 Ti, though, more than enough with an 850. Now, there's another cool thing about these. So, both of these options, and I want to remind you all, this is an option with both Skytech and Alexander PCs. With Skytech, you got to choose it here. You can watch your PC, custom PC being built live on Twitch. If you get a pre-built or pre-configured system, this is not an option. Only when you configure a custom PC through the configurator can you do this. And then it asks you a few questions to make the experience more special for you. With the Alexander PCs one, you just tell them, hey, can y'all build it for me on stream? And they'll do it. They both do this. And it is really cool. It is. MK Loomis, if they haven't already done yours, request that. You saw what that was like. It's pretty fun. If they haven't already built yours, which they might have already. I mean, I know he's trying to be on top of these. He doesn't want these orders to get backed up. He wants to try to get these out for people before Christmas. But it is a cool experience because it gets you sort of to be part of the process. Because you're going to hear from people in PCMR and different communities and on social media be like, oh, you got to build your own PC. The experience, you feel more connected to something you built with your, like, sure. Okay. And I feel more connected to my grilled cheese sandwich when I make it myself, but fine. Okay, sure. It is true. It is a true thing that they say. Varying from person to person. Being able to watch it being built live and chat with the people building it and being part of that experience, it's close. It is close. It is very cool. I always say if you can do it, build it yourself. Yeah, I say that in every video. If you're not sure whether you want to build it yourself or buy pre-built, I'd normally suggest building it yourself right now, Jeff. But right now, the whole price thing is not really valid. People are buying pre-builts for less than it would cost to build it themselves. It's definitely a really cool experience to see it being built. Absolutely. Right now, price of DIY a bit higher than SI. There you go. I just didn't read far enough ahead there. Damn, now I want to build a sandwich. Do it, Rubu2. DIY sandwich. If you don't build it yourself, are you really a true sandwich eater? That's how that sounds, by the way. Elitist people out there. Boutique or price of performance grilled cheese. Price of performance. Yeah, I'll take the craft singles. I don't need the artisan hand sliced Gruyere or whatever. I appreciate your help. Thank you. And we'll let you know which one I go with. Absolutely. Go for it. And you got those DMs, so you won't lose those. Don't forget, though, with the SkyTech, get that extra $50 off. Why not? Take that money right out of Jeff's pocket. It is from his personal bank account that that $50 comes out. Grilled cheese sandwich for the win with 3 or 4 different cheeses. It depends on the cheeses, you know. I like though to get a melty cheese so I can have a crust around it. You know, you kind of turn it on its side and get the cooked cheese on the edges. Oof, oof. I'm excited. My wife is building enchiladas for dinner. Watch out for the price on the ramonaise. Yeah, and the SSD reduction. Thanks, Jeff, for the $50. It's gonna be a nice tomato soup to add my grilled cheese, and I'm set. Yeah, dipping into a nice tomato basil soup. Forget about it. Forget about it. Okay. I would say that is a successful PC matchmaking session right there. There you go. Now, next is, this is a screenshot of my current setup. Not sure if upgrading is even a screenshot. Oh, okay. We got an Imgur screenshot. Okay. Kensbur, you are going to be next. $50. This is like 5 sandwiches. Well, what kind of grilled cheese are you making? If I had kids, they wouldn't be eating tonight. You're welcome. Hey, that, you know what? Like, that's dedication, man. Solid. Alucard says pack time. I mean, yeah. Kensbur, we're going to open a pack and help you out. Hope you're ready. I know you are. I know you're ready. I am going to step away from Destined Rivals. We're doing Phantasmal Flames. One sec. Why is it? Oh, that's my bad. I didn't have this configured properly. One second. No, I didn't mean to do that. Why did nobody tell me the chat looked weird? Why didn't y'all tell me you looked weird? All right, Phantasmal Flames. Yeah, Destined Rivals was not doing me a lot of good. I got the same rare at the end on both. It was spiders. Spiders all the way through. No, thank you. Oh, cool. Yeah, don't open. I didn't want you to open. Okay, there we go. I can see why a lot of creators who do this fast forward through the actual ripping of the pack. I'm going to assume this is also a one card pack trick. We'll see. Who dat? Who dat? Who is that? I always look weird. Lux says, damn it, you beat me to it. That poor pack. I'm sorry. Let's see if your mouth matches the sound now. Lips moving, then sound later. What do you mean? Guys, are you getting a sync problem with the video and the audio? Waylon TP, what's up? Welcome. I hope that was it. I hope that was a pack trick. Who knows? Basic energy. Bronzor. Oh. Don't look. Trapinch. Croco Rock. Jigglypuff. Tauros. Dawn. Arcaludon. Wait. Dawn. Arcaludon. Dawn. Arcaludon. Okay, cool. Did you all enjoy that? I did. Bronzong. I like Bronzong. That's a cool Pokemon. Oh, look at this. Full art Hollow Dugong. Ooh. I switch it up. Immediate hit. Immediate. And Hollow Reshiram. But damn, look at that. Looking up so hopeful at the Aurora Borealis. I think that's how you say that. That's awesome. Oh, look, we have the same ability. Anyway. That is going into a top loader immediately. It sucks because my binder doesn't work for these. But this feels like good protection, though. Looks like every other Pokemon card to me. You sure about that? Look at that freaking sheen. That's awesome. It's like an Aurora of its own. Love it. Aurora Borealis at this time of year in this part of the country, isolated entirely to your Twitch stream. Yeah, and everybody enjoy the Aurora. It came all the way down to Texas. Oh, okay. PC work. Okay, yeah. Dude, what's up, Tim? Look, I'm mixing it up now. I'm doing other stuff, not just every time I help somebody, I reward myself by opening up a pack. And anyone who's like, nerd, like, you haven't heard the catchphrase, have you? I think that card looks like nothing like any of the other cards in that one pack randomly enough. Sure. Yeah, exactly. But no, Tim, have you seen, like, apparently it's a thing on Twitch right now where nobody's chosen names are showing. I don't think he got the reference. I don't think he did. No. I didn't. Right over my head. It's the problem with being so aerodynamic. Stuff just goes right over the head. That's how it goes. Anyways, I'm just looking at this. We got to move on. We have somebody to help out. But that is beautiful. A Simpsons meme. Oh, okay. It's been a while for me. I haven't watched The Simpsons in a while. Wrong thing. There we go. All right. Okay. Next is Kensbur85. So Kensbur, I was mentioning that I was going to ask you a couple of questions. I know you just filled a form out with a bunch of questions, but so it looks like we're doing an upgrade. We have a screenshot of the current setup. Okay, hoping that has a list of parts. Okay, now I'm guessing since you're thinking maybe a custom-built PC might be necessary, what is the actual maximum budget for that? You're doing gaming at 1440p. This is not a difficult thing to achieve, thankfully. Tim, I hope you had a great Thanksgiving and holiday, dude. I hope everything's going well. Also, please forgive me for not getting a pop culture meme. I usually get those. I do. Like, someone vouch. Okay, 2.5K. Got it. Okay, let's take a look at what you got right now for 1440p gaming and streaming. Now, you want boutique, and you want a lot of RGB, okay? Let's take a look at this. I got to open it in a different window just to... Here, I'll do this. Make sure. Okay. Okay, so this is an iBuyPower LAN-cooled 2 mesh system. A 12700F, a 3060 Ti, 32 gigs DDR4 3600, 700 watt power supply. That does make things a little difficult. 240 millimeter AIO, 1 terabyte SN570. Asus Prime Z690P -P Wi-Fi D4. That's why you have DDR4, right? Yeah. Now, okay, you could upgrade this to 13th or 14th gen Intel and keep that motherboard. It is still on DDR4, and that's not like... For gaming, it's not going to make the biggest difference in raw frame rate. But here's the thing. As this shows right here, you have 4 sticks of 8 gigs of RAM, meaning if you found that you needed to upgrade your RAM, you can't just add more. You have to replace your RAM because it's 4 sticks that are 8 gigs. If it was 2 sticks of 16 gigs each, you can get, if you're like, oh, I want to get into content creation, or I want to get into that, or whatever, or I'm playing Escape from Tarkov, and it wants all the RAM in the world. You can't upgrade. You got this kit. You have to take it out and put in a new kit. This right here is holding you back, the 3060 Ti 8 gig, though it can game at 1440p, and surprisingly well, there have been some pretty big strides made in that regard in the 2 generations that have come out since. It's a decent time to upgrade for you. The problem is the power supply. You would need to upgrade that too. So, with the budget you have, you can totally get a new system. You actually have the budget for the system I just showed. Like that I just did. Both of them, actually, because I did 2. You could even go up to a 5070 Ti if you wanted to. On this one here. 5070 Ti, 265K or 9700X or 9800X 3D. Let me ask you this. What games are you planning on playing? What games do you play? You have like a list of games. Are you getting this to like play Marvel Rivals or Stardew Valley at 1440p? What are we talking about? Cyberpunk or Minesweeper? 14600K 5070 Ti would be totally fine though. True. That's true. What I'm thinking, Jeff, is that this is a budget for a whole new PC, whether it's whoever it's from. This is a budget for a whole new PC, and some of that can be recuperated by keeping that first system together and selling it on the used market. If you take the CPU out and the GPU out. You now have just a CPU and a GPU. And if you're not used to selling just individual components on the used market, you can have trouble with that. So what I would say is the easier method here, because the budget allows for it, and the goal is 1440p gaming. So like this system that we just did with a different case or whatever we wanted to do, we can change anything we want. Or this system, or any system around $2,500 is easily going to hit the goal of gaming at 1440p. No, hands down, zero problem. Mostly League, WoW, Sims, GTA 5, and Borderlands. Okay, you got to put a number after Borderlands, because if you're saying Borderlands 3, no problem. Borderlands 4, a little harder to run. What was in the old build? We went over all that. We did go over all of that. Like I went over it in detail here. 12700F, 3060 Ti. This is easy to beat. Now, solid for the time, for sure, but easy to make a massive upgrade here. But this system, you take this, you sell it locally in the used market or something like that, you recuperate a chunk of that money, essentially. If you start parting that out to where you're just upgrading CPU, and for someone who doesn't do this all the time, that's a tougher sell. To be like, hey, I have this 12700F. 12700F, anybody? No, not K. Not K. F. 12700F. Like, that's hard to sell. But a complete system, way easier to sell. So that's also stuff that I got to think about. So yeah, essentially, I can do a part list. I can do a Micro Center. No, actually, I can't. Micro Center is locking people out. Let's check it. Let's check it. Oh, they fixed it. Hallelujah. We get to look at this glorious AI art because, God forbid, Micro Center has a PC they can take a freaking picture of. Anyways, it's both 3 and 4. Both 3 and 4? Oh, and Borderlands 3 and 4. Got it. And if I were to get a new system, the current one I have would go to my nephew. Oh, okay. Well, you know what? Let's think about your nephew here and about the awesome Christmas they're about to have. That is a very good, capable, regifted PC. But yeah, I guess they fixed it. But what's up, Tame? How's it going? Welcome. Sorry I didn't say hi earlier. I would probably do, with that kind of budget that you've put together there, that's a whole new PC. A fresh install of Windows, that experience, that new PC smell. A little bit of ozone when you first turn it on, you know, from the new power supply. Anyway, that new PC smell, that new PC experience, and you know, you clean up the one you got now, clean it out, format it, put Windows on there fresh, give it to your nephew. Nephew has an awesome Christmas. And then what you're gifting is like, hey, what you've got right there, you can upgrade that. You can mow lawns, do whatever, you know, and eventually you can maybe get them into the PC hobby. We do not guarantee a specific smell. Jeff, that sounds like a missed opportunity. That sounds like a missed opportunity. I mean, Yeston knows what they're about. Putting smells in GPUs. If the smell is not as desired, please direct complaints to Braythorn. Okay, I've changed my mind on the smell. Okay, enchiladas have been built. Be back in a bit, and we'll lurk for now. Thank you, Loomis. Appreciate that. Okay, so I don't want to sound like a broken record, You were hanging out when I was singing the praises of both Skytech and Alexander PCs. There are other options we can look at as well. If neither of those appealed to you, let me know. What did you say about the... Not that. You wanted it in black? You did say you want a boutique build. Here you go, nephew. Okay, now go fill out this Google form. To be fair, Shanala, it's a pretty easy form. I kept it pretty easy. There's helpful pictures and everything. Scented thermal paste. I know Adam Patrick Murray will shill for you. Probably Adam would. Adam would do it. Hey, it's another chance for me to collab with PC World. There you go. Jeff, you pay all the R&D and manufacturing and distribution, and then I get to have the collab. It'll be great for everybody, especially me. Just rub scented candles all over. That is a bad idea. That is a bad idea. Burn up in a boutique or non-boutique. Okay, well, when you choose a thing in the form, I do tend to take that into account, like you might imagine. Okay, let's... how important is... Oh, that's right. So you did also choose Micro Center. How important... Micro Center is what I would have recommended if you were doing upgraded stuff. If you were upgrading things, Micro Center's great. You go get it tomorrow. It's all there. Or you could even pay them to upgrade it for you. Don't know if you would want to do that. How important is warranty to you? Is warranty a critical factor in terms of longevity? And, you know, are you the warranty? By your own estimation, are you the warranty? Or do you actually care about having a solid warranty? We can use scented hot glue. Yep, for the 3-pin 5-volt ARGB connectors, which are hot garbage. Hot glue for hot garbage. There you go. Grilled cheese thermal paste smell. I don't like that. I don't want that. I don't want that. What's wrong with just a nice mint? Eucalyptus. Eucalyptus, probably one of the best smells. Terrible trees. Very flammable. Cecil Ree, what's up? Given that sagely advice to hit the like button. I mean, look, guys, only if you like me. Or only if you like computers or PC gaming or pizza. Any of those things, yeah, then you should hit the like button 100%. Cherry blossom all day. I feel like cherry blossom scent. I've never smelled it. Have you smelled a cherry blossom tree, Alucard? I feel like what we know here in the U.S. as cherry blossom scent is probably like grape flavor is to the actual taste of grapes. Like, I don't think we actually know what cherry blossoms smell like here in the U.S. And they just, like, do whatever. Like, that's floral-ish. A little wood smell, sure. Lavender, always good. Well, I do care about the warranty. I had to actually use the extended warranty once on my current PC. Okay. So, let's break that down. Most SIs are like this, where you get a warranty and you can extend it. Skytech does it this way. All the warranty is, it's 1 year on everything, parts, labor, shipping stuff, all that. And then you can extend it to 2 or 3 years total. And it says refundable on that. I don't know about that. Jeff can say whatever he wants about it. I don't know. With Alexander PCs, they are one of 2 existing system integrators that I know of. And they're the only one that actually, in my opinion, backs it up. Well, based on based on reporting from community members, they have a limited. They have a lifetime warranty. I saw limited edition, and I was like, they have a limited. No, it's a lifetime warranty on parts and labor. If Alexander PCs wasn't serious about that, we would have known. We would have seen that many times over because people in the community have been buying PCs from them for, I think, the last 4 years. Oh, redemption. That's really cool, actually. If you don't use the warranty, you get it back when you buy a new PC. That's really cool. Huh. Yes, I have. It's very nice. Oh, they do have cherry blossoms in DC. And I lived around there, and I didn't go when it was that season. That's really cool. Okay, Shanala, have a good one. Thanks for coming in. A real cherry blossom smells different than the scented stuff they sell. We had one imported for someone at my family's florist. Oh, that's cool. Thanks for... I like the validation. Thank you, Exiled Wolf. We love purple flavor. Oh, you live in DC. There you go. Yeah, I lived in Silver Spring for a while. A couple of years. Still laughing at the thought of using the electrical burning scent. Just ozone. It's just ozone. Guys, y'all have no idea how tempted I am right now. Like, I am surrounded by Pokemon packs. This is really bad. I need to put these things in a safe. I have a safe. I need to put them in the safe. I have it. Anyways. And just bring out a few when I stream. Like, that's it. What I did on Friday where I opened an entire ETB's worth of packs was dumb. I'm supposed to make these last. I can't buy them all the time. We love cherry blossoms. Yeah, I mean, yeah, they're awesome. They're beautiful. And I've never smelled them. Honestly, it smelled like a freshly burning 5090. Jeff, you sell 5090s. You can't say that. Then what do you mean? It's all rumors. They never burn. Oh, cool. I work for Discovery. Oh, sweet. Very cool. So, if you feel like, you know, I don't want to be the warranty. I want to have that warranty. What you know is this. You know, if you've used warranty on PC stuff before, you cannot quantify how much value it has. You just cannot know. It is unquantifiable. You kind of have to decide, like, all right, do I want to get the one that's going to be a little cheaper, or do I want to go all out and get the one that's a little more, that is boutique and everything? And what you'll have is this. If you, let me see, did you mention... games? Let me see. Borderlands, yes, all Borderlands. League, WoW. So League, easy to run. WoW, fairly easy to run ish. Sims, I mean, there's settings and stuff. It's not that hard to run. GTA 5, if you start doing like 5M, it can be hard to run. Depending on how many mods are in that particular server. And then Borderlands 4 is like the final boss, apparently, of difficulty running a game. Right now, it's like took the place of Cyberpunk or something. So what I would say is 9800X3D, 5070 Ti, and the 32 gig kit of RAM. You don't have to max out to the 64 gigs. If you choose to do that, this is one of the cheapest ways to do it. These two kits on the market right now, this one is $360, and this one is $715. So that's more than double the price to go with this, or just about double the price to go with this. No, that's more than double the price. Yeah. Whatever, math. Or if you do it here, it's just a $200 upgrade. But your budget is $2,500. 32 gigs of RAM for the games you told me should be fine. 5070 Ti is objectively the most powerful GPU out of these three. There are a few instances where the 9070 XT will have a bit of an edge over the 5070 Ti, but overall, I would say the 5070 Ti is more versatile and is definitely better if you move up to 4K than the 9070 XT. The 5070 Ti is kind of insane at 4K for its price. So, the 9800X3D, not super necessary for the games you mentioned. I'm not sure how much it comes into play with League. I don't know the requirements of League for play. Most esport titles can benefit from a good CPU because you're generally seeing higher frame rates. But this combo, though, any game at 1440p all day long, high settings. I would say ultra settings because it can do it, but ultra settings are ultimately wasteful. Like, it's just a tiny increase in how good it looks for a huge increase on the draw of the power draw and heat output that your system has to go through, and the power demand. It's diminishing returns. High settings is what I run on everything. That system back there has a 4090. I still don't run ultra settings on anything. Yeah, they can't see that, unfortunately, Alucard. I guess I could show it, but I don't like to show how much younger and slimmer I looked with my darker beard. That wasn't all more salt than pepper. The human eye can only see 4K high settings. That's why I lose when I run CS2 at 1080p. That has to be it, Ruber2. Now, there are, if you said you want a lot of RGB, you got options. You can actually request to get strimmer cables here, those insanely bright RGB cables from Lee. I don't know the price increase, but generally, this already has a lot of RGB in it. I can show you what it looks like. Well, here, I mean, this video can show you too. It's a really solid amount of RGB. You've also got a screen down here that can show you CPU or GPU temps, which is really cool. So, yeah, the thing about this PC is all of these components, I spent a lot of hours painstakingly agonizing over it and choosing myself. Like, I chose these components myself. I know every part that goes in here. Now, in this custom system, we also know all the parts that go in there because I chose these. But it's not, this is going to be a little bit more high-end on, say, the motherboard. The storage is about the same. Both of these are pretty high-end systems, to be clear, because I was able to customize both of them. Asteri, how's it going? Too much RGB for you? Well, that's okay. More for me. I'm kind of sad because last year, Skytech was just like, hey, we're going to send you all the parts. You build them on stream for Black Friday. I was like, okay. And I gave one away, and I'm streaming on the other one that I built. The motherboard from AMD, by the way, that's in here is the same motherboard that's in my system that I'm streaming on. It's like one of the best motherboards of that generation. It's so good. The MSI X670E Gaming Plus Wi-Fi is so good. But I don't have any plans to get one of these. I'm not going to be getting one of these. I wish I could. I wish I had one of every collab system I've ever done. It's just super cool. But nah, I don't. But I appreciate Skytech. Like, it's not easy to just be like, yeah, here, have 2 whole computers. You can give them away. And I gave one away, and I kept the other. Just tired, but that's nothing new. Real. Yeah, I'm leaning toward the Legionnaire. So I'll do the same thing. Now, here's the thing. If I go in here to this system, I'm going to customize it, change the case to whatever case you want. I can do that. Do you want me to do that and give you both links and then you can choose? I'll do it. Just watch. I'll do it. Okay. Jeff, what do you think of the 217 Infinite? Did you already say something about that last stream yesterday? Also, thank you for putting this thing here where we can click it and see a big picture of the case. Damn. Gamdias, what are y'all doing? This looks good. I love the bevels on this. That looks awesome. Actually, that'd be awesome. Oh, no problem. You're good. That case looks good. So, okay, what do you prefer? Do you prefer a fish tank style case like this or like we did in the Legionnaire here, right? Bam, bam, right? You can see it's glass on the front, glass on the side. I guess this is not the best picture to choose. Let's go there, like that. And also, that is the best color for your RGB, okay? Fight me. Still too much RGB. Well, this is just P. This is purple. Or I guess I should say RB. I shouldn't say P. I should not say that. Fish tank 100%. There you go. Gary says the 217 Infinite is awesome. It does look cool. I wasn't impressed with it at Computex, but my mind could be changed on that. It definitely has an aesthetic to it, like a unique aesthetic to it. There we are. Add some gold in it, and I'll say yes. Well, that's my colors. Like, I mean, yeah. There you go. I know it looks like yellow. It's meant to be gold, actually. I wanted to make some enamel pins to take with me to, like, if I ever get to go back to PAX East. Okay, so there's a few options here. This actually, believe it or not, is the same case right here. This is the same case as the Be Air. The difference is, I'm guessing Skytech leaves on the Gamdias stickers, which I'm not a big fan of. Haha, pun pun. But we put on the RGB stickers. These guys. See that? We put those on. I like the brown and black 217 too. Nice. Yeah. Wait, what about that cyan? This is an older case, the Montech Sky 2 Blue. It's nice. This is before they came out with the case that like the XR that doesn't have the pillar here. But this was the second. This was the Azure 2, if you recall. My alma mater. Oh, okay. Right, Louisiana. Right. LSU. No, the purple with the cyan. What are you talking about? This? That's pink, but I don't know what you're talking about. This is a dope looking case, like it is. There's also the Montech XR right here for your preferred colors. Well, no, that's enough. That like those are the colors of RGB, right? What I use for design for everything is purple and cyan, pretty much, or electric indigo and cyan. But you can get the Montech XR if you want. If you want to get this one that doesn't have the screen, it's a little simpler, a little bit cheaper. And then there's stuff like the 011 Vision. This is like max fish tank. Not a fan of the white case at all. That's okay. It's all right. They make it in black, but it's just not available here. Anyways. But yeah, this is like the maxed out fish tank style here if you want to go that route. It's just a $60 increase in price. Oh, that's right. 5070 Ti. I need to see how much that increases the price. Am I crazy right now? Am I crazy? Am I dumb? Where's the 5070 Ti? I see 5060 Ti's. I see 5070s. They don't have a 5070 Ti on the configurator. Huh. Guess y'all are out of stock? I don't know. Well, that kind of cinches it for me. I don't know about you. But that kind of... Yeah. There's nothing wrong with the 9070 XT, to be clear. But I think the 5070 Ti is probably because you're playing a wide variety of games. I would go 5070 Ti personally. Yeah. Sorry, Jeff. Too many people buying your computers. Such a terrible problem to have, huh? Now, there's other stuff I can look at. It's just these two options were already really close to each. Then this is just you matched up with the person I worked with just before you. So, I told you at the beginning of the stream, I'm gonna try not to be biased towards this system. It's just I know everything about this thing, and it's really good. Okay, don't at me. All right, this is really, really good. I was away from PC. What happened? In the builder, there is not a 5070 Ti to be found, unfortunately, in the configurator. 5070, yeah. 5060 Ti, yeah. No 5070 Ti. Yeah, yeah, I figured that might happen, but okay. All right, so what you do is when you go to this page, it's going to be like this. And it's going to have the Core Ultra 7 265K. Great if you want to do video editing stuff and other content creation stuff. And it's also good for gaming. 9700X, good for gaming. Great for Photoshop if you do any photo editing. But the best gaming CPU is going to be 9800X 3D. That can help you with your esports title that you play. 5070 Ti, it's going to be the better overall GPU, better, most versatile GPU out of the lot here. And up to 4K gaming, okay? And 32 gigs Kingston Fury Beast DDR5 6000. This comes with 2 terabytes of very fast storage. If you want more storage, you can add it at checkout. You'll also need to choose the cable extensions in the color of your choice from their catalog. They do have a really nice purple, by the way. In fact, TJ actually put this down here because I say that all the time. He actually put sleeve cable extensions and client's choice from available colorways. Brayathorn recommends a nice purple, number 10. And the hub decals for of RGB. But yeah, you'll just choose those 2 options right there. Then when you're checking out, you'll put in code Brayathorn. That brings it down $50 to $24.48. Shipping and lifetime warranty already included in that price. There you go. Also, those cable extensions in the color choice from their catalog. Also part of the price already in there. At checkout, you can add an additional storage drive if you want. And right here, I don't think you need 64 gigs of RAM for the use cases you told me. You can do it if you want, but it is an additional $200 because that's doubling your RAM, but it's not 4 sticks. It's 2 sticks. Just like this kit. It's just double capacity on those sticks or whatever. I don't think you need it for the use cases you told me. Let's get a 5080. It's fine. But it doesn't have fan grills. Should have reached out. I could have made more. Too late now. Yeah, Dan already did that, actually. But, you know, in the style that Dan made them. But it's just he made 12. So those are gone. Those were for the first systems that were sold. Yeah, I was listening when you were doing the guy before me, and I thought we had a lot of same requirements. I'm currently 1 terabyte and constantly having to delete stuff. Ooh, no, you don't want that. I play Sims with a ton of mods. Sometimes it slows my PC down a good bit, which is why I was looking to upgrade to start with. Nice. I don't know how much Sims mods are going to be affected, are going to affect your system memory. I don't think you need 64 gigs of RAM. This is the cheapest way to get that upgrade. Trying to do it yourself, you're going to spend like $700 and you'll have a leftover kit of 32 gigs of RAM. This would cost you $200. I don't think you need it, to be clear. You should be good with this. But yeah, this is also much faster than the RAM you have. This is DDR5 versus DDR4. A way faster CPU and a way more powerful GPU. Fan gills. Pretty sure. We're going to have to... I'll get back to you on that, Asteri. But yeah, you get 2 terabytes right off the bat, and it's very fast, high-quality storage with onboard DRAM cache, which is great. If you want more storage, you can add it at checkout. So let me give you the link right here. And that is a $50 off code. There you go. George, if for fan grills? I'm confused. I feel like I'm more tired than I should be. But we have, I'm going to do these last 2 if they're here. GD Wit, please make yourself known if you are here. I haven't really seen you say anything in chat. Gary, I know you have said stuff in chat, so I know you're here. You know what? I'm going to make that more fun. Hold on. George Foreman Grill hidden joke. Huh. Interesting. Okay. I'm going to make that more fun. It's just going to take a second. Uh-huh. Okay. I'll just be out here for this. This is boring stuff. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Now it's got a little pop sound. It's great. Love it. There we go. That's it. That's all I wanted to do. Kensberg, you're welcome. Let me know how that turns out, what you choose to do. Checking on both GD Witt and Gary Clinky. Are y'all here? I know, Gary, you were just talking about the cases while we were customizing the PC earlier. And you're still in chat. I don't see a GD Witt anywhere in YouTube or Twitch chat. Okay, Gary, you are here. I'm going to be happy to help you out. You know the drill. Little break, and then you are next. Alexander PCs, iBuyPower, or Skytech. Not sure, huh? 3,500 to 4,000 pre-built 4K gaming. You're going all out, huh? We're waiting for the guy ahead of me. Yeah, no, they the thing is, if they're not here, it's better than sitting here for 15 minutes trying to call out for somebody. Nobody wants that. Sure, posture check is a great idea. Oh, we are, I wasn't saying we, like we. No, we're going to do another Phantasmal Flames because that was phantasmally fantastic on that last one. First pack had a hit, a big hit, so I'm happy with that. I mean, I don't know if it's worth anything. Man, that was a dugong. Awesome. Love it. Okay. On the fence. Okay. Came back to get my XP up. Nice. Well, we just finished. We finished 2 more, I think, since you left. We're going to move on to the next one. Just going to rip a pack real quick, and then we are going for it. Another Phantasmal Flames, because that went great last time. We got a great card out of that. Here, I'll show you. There you go. That's what we got last time. Full art. Dugong looking awesome at that Aurora there. Let's go. So another Phantasmal Flames. I can afford whatever, but I trust your expertise. Well, that's a strong statement, sir. Strong statement. I'll have a few questions for you once we get started. Okay, we keep getting this purple eye energy. Keep getting that. Hey, it's Dugong again. What are you doing in here? You were just like right over there. You're just over there. Now you're over here. Okay. And that Jigglypuff again. Okay. Darumaka. Lotad. Lotad actually hunkering down low. Maybe looking up at High Tad. I don't know. Grimsley's Move. That's how I think this guy would sound. Paldean Tauros. And which one? There's like 3. Low Kicks. Was Lotad looking up at Low Kicks? Hold up. Yeah, kind of looking at each other there. There you go. And here we have our first reverse holo. Sandile. Seal. Okay. Seal, reverse holo, and Zacian. I love Zacian. I picked Sword between Sword and Shield because swords are cooler than shields, okay? And Zacian is awesome. I just wish that in Scarlet and Violet, Behemoth Blade had an animation that was 1/10 as cool as its animation in Sword and Shield. Yeah. That's a sick card right there. I like it a lot. I like it a lot. Zacian is such an awesome legendary. Unfortunately, nerfed pretty strongly in Scarlet and Violet. Famous last words, $8,000 build incoming. Be nice. Well, I mean, that's just Jeff for you. Unless you're talking to me, I didn't do anything. Okay. I'll be nice. Don't worry. To give you a laugh, my current system is an i5 6400, so anything will be an upgrade. Fair. Okay. So you did say that you want boutique. Cherokee says, "We'll have all me parts on the way." Nice. Still rocking my 2010 laptop. Yeah, I've seen it. I have seen it. That thing needs the greatest technician that's ever lived. That's what that thing needs. Needs a good cleaning. It would make a huge difference, I feel. Okay, so let's think about this. Do you need a 5090 for 4K gaming? Gaming only? No, you don't. For the price of a 5090, you could buy two with the way... Okay, out of all of 50 series, all 50 series GPUs have stabilized in price except the 5090, which is spiking in price. It's not a good time to buy a 5090 if you don't need one. And for 4K gaming alone, you don't need one. Normally, a 5090 at base MSRP costs the price of two 5080s. Now it's 2.5. It's just that it is the definition of diminishing returns. You just don't need it. So, I couldn't confirm the stuff motherboard would work in the M5 case. That's annoying. I guess get out the Dremel if it doesn't. I've got a Microsoft Surface Pro 2. I use just to sign PDFs with the Wacom pen. Wacom, sorry. It's pronounced Wacom. I have confirmed that before. It runs just fine. Clean your laptop, please. In fact, send it to me. I'll clean it on stream. It's not shaming, I promise. I emailed TJ about placing the 5080 and new power supply in the Bijan Air, but he said just get a Lian Li 206. Well, let's look. I understand the desire to get the collab PC, but it's not like Alexander PCs does not know how to spec out a rad PC. That's something that he and I have always agreed on. So that would be it. I guess a Centurion probably. But if you want to go higher end, I mean, you can. You absolutely can. But he just copied your components, but I'm not sure. Well, okay. Look at any of these cases. Any of these systems you can get in white, except, well, no, you can get the Legionnaire in white as well. It's just, it's going to have the same motherboard on both, and they're not white motherboards. But if there's a case here that stands out more to you, if you want more aesthetics, like more elaborate aesthetics, you can do that. Tell him that you want an Auxilia 2.1 with a 5080. Please tell him that. That'd be great. Now, let's see. Like, so if you want to go like all out on visuals, you can go with the Legatus 2.1. The Strategos 2.1 has more going on. The Gladiator 2.1, I think, would probably be a pretty peak option here. And if you're just gaming, go AMD 9800X3D. You wanted to go with what colorway here? You wanted to go with black. Okay, it's already set up for that. I agree. So I'm here. I'm not sure about the case. Yeah, that's. I mean, look, if you want to have like a big showcasey kind of PC, well, half of showcasing is the case, right? So it's even half of that word. So yeah, the Vision, the O11 Vision is honestly a sight to behold. It really is insane to look at. It's really cool. And you're getting higher end stuff, even than the Bijan Air, where you're getting a higher end motherboard. It's the same RAM. It is a slight step up on the storage. The KC3000 is very good, but that's just a tiny step under the Kingston Fury. Actually, no, this is Gen 5. Never mind. This is a pretty solid step. So you can even, so this is PCIe Gen 5, and you can even go with a 2 terabyte of that. And this is going to be a good bit faster, probably about, it actually is about twice as fast on the speed there. And you can get a screen mod if you want. Above the motherboard, you get an 8.8-inch screen, which is really cool. You can do, like, if you want this to look insane, you can. If you want it to be more subdued and you just want the performance, that is legitimate also. Especially if, like for this one, you do not want to put this thing on the floor. To be clear, you shouldn't put any PC on the floor. It should have at least a platform to sit on. There's some of those like with wheels you can get on Amazon. But still, either way, this is the kind of thing where you have a big desk and you can put a big PC on that, right? I like that one, but how wide is it? It's a dual chamber case, so it is a wider case. Yeah. There's the O11 Vision Compact. Let's see the width here. Let's take a look. The width is 287.5 millimeters. That is 11.3 inches, just about, in width. So it's just under a foot wide. That's not bad for a dual chamber case. Yeah, no, I got you. I got you with the conversion. 11.3 inches. To be specific, it's 11.318898 inches. Bray has pics of it, and I allow him to show pics of it. If you want me to, I can. Sure. Okay, the inside gets regular air dusting. That's all I need to know. Make sure you're holding those blower fans down when you do the dusting, okay? Like, make sure they can't move. So, yeah, basically, measure 12 inches wide, and, yeah. Is it quiet? I mean, that's going to depend on fan curves. I can't really predict that. The more fans you have, the lower the RPM they can run at. That can generally be a benefit. And when you in the Lee software, you can set it to quiet. So that's not up to me. That's up to you, whether it's quiet or not. I've got a laptop from the late 90s in my basement. I could take a photo of. It might turn on. I like the certainty, or the lack thereof, on the certainty there. But this case can fit quite a few fans, and because of that, you can run them at a lower RPM, which can help with noise. There are cases that are designed to be quiet, but generally the more holes you have in a case, the more open it is to airflow, the more noise that can leak out. But, you know, it's still, you can change fan curves, you can change the fan profile and make it quieter. You can make it run in a quieter mode if you want to. Peckish likes turtles. That's great. It's good to know what you like. It's an old meme, but it checks out. So with the upgrades I put in here, putting it up to a 5080, the AMD Ryzen 7 9800X 3D. It's only one choice for motherboard, but it has 32 gigs of RAM. You can go up to 64 if you want. Here, it's only a $110 upgrade. That's very good. I would absolutely do that. That's definitely not in keeping with the market, which is way higher. 2 terabyte PCIe Gen 5 storage here. Very, very, very fast. You don't need the screen mod upgrade unless you want it. That's a choice you can make right there. And with all that, it's $42.67. I would if you have to choose, I would choose the RAM upgrade over the screen mod upgrade, just because then you have more RAM than you could need. Does it have a fan control? It has bottom fans. Yes. Does it have a fan control? Yes. It's going to come with the Lee Connect software, which you can use to control the fans. Yes. Basically, any question you might have about whether this has a bell and or a whistle, yes. This is all of the bells and all of the whistles. You can even add more if you want to. Instead of going with braided sleeved cable extensions, you can get the Lee strimmer cables, which are glowing LED, RGB cables. That might be a bit too much RGB for you. I don't know. Yeah, the fans will be controlled by software within the operating system. Speaking of fan RPMs, after putting in my new GPU and my AIO, my case fans have been super loud. I might have to do a rewiring job because my BIOS isn't letting my fans get quieter and I can't control them with fan controls. So yeah, you need to make sure that they're being run by PWM, 4-pin PWM fan controllers. Yeah, no, I mean, this is where Alexander PCs shines. Like, every aspect of this is gorgeous. The fact that they route the AIO tubes through the back is so sick. I love that about this case because you can sort of run it from the top here. I've never built in the O11 Vision Compact. This makes me want to. The only place where I would have any kind of hesitation with this PC is that you can't really stream. I wouldn't stream with this if you were a streamer. Where are your capture cards going to go? There's no space for that. Aside from that, this is a fully decked out PC. You've never had RGB. Well, you're making up for that now, making up for lost time in spades with this. So here are the options I chose when choosing the Gladiator 2.1. It's going to show up to you like this. I went in, I chose AMD. I then chose the 5080, went down to the CPUs, left it as it is. I chose the 64 gigs of RAM, so you never have to worry about that. This is an insanely good markup for the like price increase for going to 64 gigs. This is now like a $700 kit of RAM that you're getting for like, I don't know, 300 or something. I went to the 2 terabyte Gen 5 storage and I left everything else as is. You could even get a glass etching if you want. Pretty cool. So, if you're curious, you can always rewind to that little run through I just gave you on the options to choose. If you want more storage, you can upgrade to the 4 terabyte Gen 5 storage. But that is, it's like getting a whole other 2 terabyte. It's like another $300. I would just add probably a 2 or 4 terabyte I said Gen 4, I meant Gen 5 storage. I would just add an additional KC3000 in 2 terabytes or 4 terabytes. I would do that. Oh, good. There was an ad. Okay. Let me know when you're back from the ad. There's also extra. Yeah, there is on this one. We didn't have that on the Legionnaire, so I wasn't thinking about that. In that photo of the glider, it looks like those side fans are not reverse blade when it should be. It is. They are reverse blade. It looks like that here because generally when they're going to be building on a new thing, they'll just put together a temporary system. These are going to be reverse blade here, and these are reverse blade down here. Yeah. That's okay, Gary. You're good. I wonder if my laptop can run Uma Musume. It's not that hard to run. I mean, I run it on my phone. I like when it first came, when it first became popular, I was like, let me see this horse game, and I was like, oh my god, this is actually really engaging. I can't play that. It's a very addictive game, so I put it down. I was like, I gotta stop. I'm not gonna do gacha games. I can't do gacha games. Fun though, like it's more fun than it sounds to just be a coach, and just say, go do that. Okay, go do that. Oh my god, I screwed up your career. What did I do? It's actually really fun. Hang on, I'm writing this down. Okay. When I say I can run that game on my phone, it's meaningless because my phone can run Fortnite at 120 FPS and most games in 165. Well, then again, you're running a version that's designed for mobile. Okay, let me go through this one more time real quick for you, Gary. No problem. Okay, so I'm setting everything back to defaults here so I can go over it with you. Okay, so when you get to the page, it'll be in its default form. Oh, sorry. Here we go. All right, it'll be in default form. We're going to switch the platform to AMD. We're going to switch the GPU to the 5080. We're going to switch the RAM to the 64 gigs. I forgot to change that too, but there you go. We're going to change the main OS drive to 2 terabytes. And if you want extra storage, I would put either the 2 terabyte or 4 terabyte Kingston KC3000. 3000. What is the box after 2 terabytes? 4 terabytes. I don't think you need 4 terabytes of Gen 5 storage if you're just gaming on a PC. I don't think you need that. 2 terabytes might be all you need. You might not need the extra drive here, but I would probably consider it just so you never have to open the thing up if you don't want to. 2 terabytes of a KC3000 is a reasonable price for that, considering the price increases. The option here is for a screen mod upgrade that puts a long screen over the motherboard here. That's completely optional for you. You don't have to do that, but it is cool. So let me give you the option. I was gonna say you can actually select a file to get an etching on the glass there. I don't know the price of it. but let me know if you want an outline of the guy of RGB. I have an outline file of that. It's just a PNG of just the outline. So you could have an RGB on there if you want. I mean, that's up to you. That's an option, by the way, for anybody ordering from Alexander PCs. If you want to just put RGB on your system, just let me know. Screen mod. That's what I was telling you just a second ago. It puts a long screen, an 8.8-inch screen over the motherboard right here. Inside the case. If you want to do stuff like displaying the system temperatures, things like that, you can set that up on there. But like that's up to you. That's the wrong one. It's this one. So there you go. I've gone over kind of all the options there. Choose the ones that work for you, that work best for you. You know the code. It's just my name. That's going to take $50 off for you right there. There it is. New phones are insane, to be honest. It's at a point new phones are rivaling good laptops from like 10 years ago. That's true. That's how the technology should be, though. You know? That's just how miniaturization and Moore's Law and all that works. Okay. There we go. We did it. Got a call. Sorry, you're good. There's the link. You know all the steps to take, and there's the code, and that's $50 off. And there you go. I'm happy to help. We could do one more. Why not? Why can't we do one more? Why? There's one more. One more Phantasmal Flames. Okay, let's see what we get. One more won't hurt. It's okay. All right, let's see. I got that. I got that dugong. Now I'm like, I want to get another hit. Need that dopamine again. One more time. Come on. It's okay if we don't, though. It's not peckish. Not yet. Give me time. Got Seal again. There we go. Of course, that basic energy. Gloom. Carvana. You want to buy yourself a new sedan? Talk to him. Don't worry. I know he looks scary. Yamper. He's a good boy. Look at Yamper. Low kicks again. Glycor. Fire breather. Interesting. Haven't seen that one yet. But okay. Fire breather. Crocodile. We got Sandow earlier. Dizzying Valley. Reverse hollow. And along with a Crocodile reverse hollow. It's cool to get the Crocodile reverse hollow to go with a Sandow reverse hollow. That's nice. And Dawn full art. Whoa! Hold on, I've got this. Look at that! Oh, that's awesome. That is a hit right there, everybody. Hold on. Let's freaking go. This is a great card. Oh, man. Oh, hold up. Yeah, I am very, very happy with that. I'm going to press the wrong button. 1 second. There we go. I had a feeling. I was like, let's just open one more. It'll be fine. That is an awesome card. And I like Dawn. Dawn's a great character. That is heckin' rad. We did it. Look at the freaking spot gloss on that. It's so good. The outlines and everything. Man. Like, I've seen holo cards from like other things, other games, you know, other properties. Just Pokemon kills it, dude. This is so good. That's why you always do one more. Natty, yeah, we got a hit. This is good. This is really good. So these are our hits of the evening. Look, it's like they're talking to each other there. Look at that. The environments are a little different. They're in the terrarium. They're in terrarium in Blueberry Academy, which is very weird, by the way, because like you're just walking a little bit and then you go from the polar north to the beach, like in 4 steps. Okay, but that's what that is. That's where they are. That is really good. It's very good. And of course, let us not forget one of the reasons people want this box, of course. I need to change out the top loader because this one just has like damage on it, but nothing in the card there. The card is fine. But the Mega Charizard XEX promo card is super sick. So that's what we got tonight. There you go, everybody. One of the vibes on one of these is different from the others, I know. Very, very nice. Yeah, okay. So, honestly, like this, you know you're getting this when you get that box. This is my favorite of tonight. Like that since I've started doing this, actually, this is my favorite card. Very, very cool. And I think very playable too, but I don't know about the trainers. I don't know about the support cards yet. I just know someone who I saw pulling, they got excited to get that card. So that's good. I'm going to feel the same. I mean, I feel the same way. It just looks awesome. Okay. Neat. I need to get something to hold these top loader hits. Okay. That was fun. Epic Gamer, what's up? Currently have a 4070 Super. Thinking about Aorus Master 5080 for extreme 1440p and some 4K. You might want to think about a different 5080 if you're going to do that, depending on when that Aorus Master was manufactured. Earlier ones have apparently an issue with the thermal interface material leaking. So if it was manufactured later, yeah. But you'll want to do, actually, the message that came up right after your chat there that says, if you're looking for help finding the right pre-built PC or need custom parts list or whatever, click the first link in the description to fill out the form. I started an hour and a half early, so I'm probably going to end a little early tonight. Maybe. I don't know. I might do one more. Let me see. Let's see who's up. Who's up? So many people. My gosh. It's Monday. What are y'all doing? Okay. Who here saw when I was in San Francisco and I went to with Emmett and SM Charles to Micro Center? Who's here for that? I don't think Radeon has the issue. I believe it was just a 50 series thing. I haven't seen anything about AMD Radeon cards. having that issue. But yeah, who is here for that? SM Charles, super chill dude, awesome retro gamer, and very deserving of a raid. So we're gonna drop one. Right now. I am not going to be streaming tomorrow night. I'm taking a break. This weekend was insane. It was started all the way back earlier last week, trying to get the video out, and then streaming. I'm going to take a break tomorrow. We'll be back on Thursday. More PC matchmaking, and I also have to record a video. It's just going to be this week, not a video, no video, but we're going to be doing one for next week. Maybe Thursday or Sunday I'll record that. But that's going to be it for tonight, guys. Thank you so much. Baby Bald Head is a lot of maintenance. How do you know? Maybe it's just naturally like that. You don't know. But no, thank you very much, guys. Thank you so much for hanging out. It was a fun stream. I will catch y'all on Thursday around 8 p.m. Central. And until then, take care.
Let's go, nerds!